In today's episode, entitled Befouling the Hag Font, we have good news and bad news. The good news is we are once again joined by Nex. The bad news is we didn't exactly get Lily into the game this session, but we're trying. The good news is we think we beat the hag. Bad news is that's not entirely provable. But I guess we'll find out. We hope you enjoy.
We're off to adventure to go roll the dice. Come seize your advantage and you'll roll them twice. Even if we lose our way, we'll make a journey someday. Something awaits you, so wake us away. Who knows what role you'll play? Who knows what role you'll play?
Here we go. All right. So, in our last episode, you guys kicked a bunch of butt, including bunny boar butt. And I liked my bunny boars. I don't care. And you found Badger, an unconscious Badger, but a Badger nonetheless.
Yay.
Huzzah! And then you were hunkering down into the cave to spend some snoozle time, since you were pretty wiped out after having killed a massive undead beholder before having to deal with bunny boars. So that's where we will pick up, is where you guys were hunkering down for the night, assumably to get the benefits of a long rest. Yes?
Yeah.
That was the plan.
It's what I hope
Last
happens after I died like 3 times. That was fun, by the way.
Listen. In Discord to hide our shade. Very cute. Okay, so we will pick up from settling down for the evening, and it was evening when you guys finished. Actually, it was trending on tonight when you guys finished slaughtering the innocent villagers who were just driving their pigs home.
Yes.
So yeah, there was that. Okay, hunkering down.
So a long rest?
Yes.
Honk shoe.
If that's what you would like.
That's what I would like, yes.
I would very like yes.
Rest long time. Never wake up again.
Just in case we get in. Yeah. No, I was gonna say just in case we get ambushed. Does anybody want a little bit more healing? But I'd rather use that to get people up.
Honk shoe. I'm sleeping.
Good night.
Nobody's taking watch at all because we're all
Nope.
so tired. Actually,
All right.
we're taking turns taking watch, of course.
All right. Who's taking first watch?
I can take first watch.
I guess I can. I'm a short rest class.
I'll reluctantly take whatever watch is left.
I don't.
Okay.
Xylund will take whatever watch too. Doesn't matter. He probably won't sleep the whole night
Okay.
anyway.
And we're letting
And
letting Badger sleep the entire night because he's had a rough couple of weeks.
I was gonna say he's still borderline unconscious, so I don't think you have much of a choice with Badger.
Did we actually
He's-
talk to him at
he's-
all, or?
No, he would beat the holy hell out of him until he
Okay.
transformed,
Right.
and then you dragged him into the cave. But other than, I imagine, minor tending, you guys haven't really done anything with him. You haven't spoken with him and haven't really attempted to wake him up because we stopped just after the battle.
Well, I can dump the
Okay.
cure wounds into him if that'll help his recovery.
Do you really want to?
I mean, I've got 2 spell slots left that are first level, so maybe. But at the same time,
That's your decision. Anyone who has medicine is welcome to roll it to assess his condition before you do that.
I'll just put 15 of my lay on hands into him. How about?
Oh,
I've
okay.
got 15 left.
I also have decent medicine.
Decent medicine plus 9. Yeah, he's not super damaged per se. Like he's not going to bleed out or anything like that. He doesn't seem to have any carryover injuries, either because he was protected by whatever magic transformed him, or because he's a frickin' werebore. One of the two.
Ah, I see.
You're not terribly terribly skilled in like canthropic medicine, so you're not exactly sure how that works. But he doesn't seem to have any wounds that are going to kill him in the night. He is a little battered and bruised, as would receiving a sword to the face. But he doesn't seem to be in any danger. A bit of hands-on healing from Xylund, and he should be fine. He just needs to sleep.
Okay.
He did attack us, so maybe let's put him somewhere safer, so that he doesn't wake up and still have blood rage or something.
You mean tie him up?
Yeah, that would work.
All right, I'll tie him up.
Okay. All right. Then I guess we can go to sleep.
Okay. It's bad here. You guys decide to sleep, taking your watches. And Kern was on first watch, correct?
Yes.
He says trepidatiously.
I also have my
so Kern is on first.
I also have my big guardian at the entrance of this place.
Yes. And barbarians that have been half buried in snow. Yes, I remember. There are. No.
Wait, what buttons are those?
so-
Those seem useful.
Kern, you have first watch. Make a perception check.
Oh no.
Of course. As the sun goes down fully, you do lose obviously the light. There's nothing much out here other than your campfire for illumination. None of the braziers within the courtyard of the temple are lit, and of course there's no actual civilization for miles. And you hear the sounds of severely echoed and distorted pig squeals that come from the entrance of the temple itself. Again, distorted over and over as they bounce off the hills and the cliffs and then find their way into the cave. There seems to be a minor flurry of activity from that direction, given the frequency and pitch of pig noises. But you don't see anybody leaving the temple door, which you do have a straight shot line of sight wise from the cave to the temple door. Nothing emerges. Your traps don't seem to be triggered in any way. But there is some fluttering in the night sky that slowly blocks out stars as it rises into the sky, disappears. And that's it.
Okay.
That is your watch.
So, whoever's taking next watch, I'll just be like, there's a whole bunch of pig noises coming out from over there, but doesn't sound like it's anything we need to worry about. Maybe it's just, pig mating season.
I will murder any pigs that get near us.
Not the friendly one.
Yeah.
Not that one. Go back to sleep.
Okay.
I'm so tired. All right. I'll go back to sleep. Or go to sleep.
All right. Next is Davynn. Correct?
Yes.
All right. Your watch passes uneventfully, Davynn.
That's good.
That's
very
In spite of your tiredness.
Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. And then last watch was
I think me and Lana were taking the last two, I think.
okay. And you guys also have a blessedly calm watch shift. Nothing much seems to happen. This area is mildly sheltered from the wind, but you can still hear it howling above you and through the caverns and the cliffs, and it has a very plaintive quality to it. It's very cold and very lonely up here, but nothing threatens you at all in the night. Nothing approaches.
And I reset my sheet.
Yes, you can reset your...
This has never come up before for me, but did you know you only get half of your hit dice back on a long rest?
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
That is
Yep.
true.
Crap.
Which means I now have 5 hit dice.
There are so many things that I need to refresh. This has never happened to me before.
Well, you guys brush up your sheets. Long rest complete. So you sort of blearily rise the next morning, still cold. You didn't bring a ton of supplies with you, but what you do have is able to at least keep you from freezing to death in the night.
Yeah.
You can see that where the frost is covered, not just the ground and the sides of the cavern that you're sheltering yourself in, but literally the only place on the cave ceiling that isn't traced in frost is the area directly above your campfire, and within about 15 feet of where it sits on the floor. It is incredibly cold, even as the sun comes up. Incredibly cold. And the snows become brittle overnight. You can hear it as it knocks into each other, falling from the cave mouth, as it cracks the accumulated snow at the mouth of the cave itself.
Oof.
What would you like to do?
Well, first I'm going to go through and make sure all my spells for the day are fine. But we'll probably want to see if Badger is awake or if we can rouse him. If that's okay with everybody.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I guess I'll go up to Badger and be like, "Hey, buddy. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey."
Don't lie to that, man. Also, I don't think bakey is something you want to offer to a ward.
Oh, yeah,
But-
true.
Yeah.
Turkey bacon.
Eggs and tempeh, tofu, disappointment.
Yeah, not really. I'm sorry.
Okay. Anywho. Going over to Badger, he still seems to be asleep, but only asleep. He is very deeply asleep, snoring, full-throatedly, head thrown back, whiskers waving in the breeze. He's not just recuperating or unconscious. He is just full-on having a nap.
Look at him. He's so adorable, just sleeping. All right, wake up.
Snorts himself awake. big guffaws, big gasps of air as he comes to, immediately, almost instinctively grabbing for his back, where his axe would have been and is no longer. And in the 2 seconds it takes him to realize that it's not there, and before his brain is fully engaged, he is on his feet. He's pushed himself back to the wall of the cave, and although he never found an axe, his hands still, again, as a reflex, have come up in front of him in two-handed battle stance with an invisible axe, basically. Wildly scanning through the room, trying to get his bearings.
Hey, buddy. It's me.
Hey.
Your Schmudwell friend. You're safe now.
It's okay, we all know.
Hey there, Badger. It's okay. It's us. We're not gonna hurt you.
Not anymore, at least.
That's beside the point.
Snorts himself back into some semblance of brain function, constantly blinking his eyes. Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah. You guys. And his hands dropped slowly, very slowly to his sides, releasing his invisible axe.
What's the last thing you remember?
Oh. Trees. Lots of trees. Not here.
Nope.
Where in the hells are we?
We're far, far north.
Up in a mountain next to a bunch of
North?
hags.
Yeah, you got mind whammied by
Oh,
some
yeah?
hags.
And you got turned into a pig, but like not your normal pig.
We're a couple days north of Migraine, right? That's what the town was?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, McGreen. Oh. Oh. Yeah, okay. Alright, yeah. Hags, you say?
Yeah, did you find that belt or whatever you were looking for?
Oh, yeah.
Do you have it?
Yeah, sure did. Nope. No, the circle up here did. Tried to talk to their archdruid. He's nuttier than that house rat.
We can see how that, yes, they are.
Oh, people are okay. People are good. They were nice enough, but yeah, they got their hands on something they shouldn't really have, huh? I don't remember much after that, to be fair.
Yeah.
Well, I think maybe the druids mind whammied you and then gave you to the hags. I think they're in cahoots. It's possible that some of the
That
druids are
doesn't
hags.
seem right. That also doesn't seem right.
Why not?
Hags are beyond unnatural. He sort of does a little shudder to himself. Even I don't like dealing with them. It doesn't seem like anything a druid in the right mind would do. Granted, their archdruid is nuttier than aforementioned shithouse rat. But still, I don't see a whole coven operating as a circle. That would take a lot of energy to maintain, don't you?
Possibly. It's unclear what the druid's relationship is, but long story short, I will fill him in on all the details of, hey, there were a hag posing as druids, we went to talk to the circle, etc. Some of them seem not to know that stuff.
There's an underground animal trading ring going around where the animals are actually people.
He starts to look at you. He fumbles for his pouch. Starts chewing on a mushroom.
Hey, are you gonna finish that mushroom? Because we need... Never mind.
What kind of mushroom is that?
These frog's muck mushrooms.
Oh,
They're a little damp, a little floppy, and a little cold.
I'll extend my hand for some frog's muck.
Speaking of which, Lana, the experiment. What were the results?
I
Oh, yeah, she
have
is.
no idea what you're referencing.
Remember last time, like, we took stuff out of the bag of holding and, like, a bunch of shit was gone?
Oh,
Yes. I think I have the bag of holding right now.
yes, and I believe we got the results from that, which is that the garbage I was carrying did not, or I'll ask Gary, I don't remember.
We got to put some garbage in the bag, put the sphere of annihilation into the bag, and then gave it to me because we thought the crown might be cursing away the items.
I think it was the crown
Right.
is what we found out, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was the prevailing, the crown that was doing it, not the sphere of annihilation, which is what the science was for. And your theory is proved correct. All the garbage, including the sphere of annihilation that you placed in the bag of holding and left with Davynn, is still there.
Okay. That's
Well, there you go. Turns out maybe we shouldn't go touching random spooky, ominous crowns in hag lairs.
Yeah.
I will go sulk.
Without at least.
No, don't feel bad about it. I mean, it was okay. It was. I guess we found out about it, but
I mean, we only took a shit ton of damage and lost half of our stuff. It's not as bad as it could have been.
yeah, we could have lost all of our stuff and died.
Yeah.
I will continue to sulk.
Oh, I feel bad now. So, are we going back in
Badger.
there? We found
Yeah,
Badger. Yeah.
So that would be Badger's next question. Is so what's the plan?
I mean, did you get what you needed out here?
He, on his half-frozen mushroom, just sort of gives you a look for a split second. Badger's generally an affable fellow. All of your conversations with him have been pretty even-keeled. He does not look even-keeled at the moment. And his nose is all red. He's clearly cold. He's clearly pissed. So yeah, he gives you a look for a second. Do you bloody well think I found what I came for?
I mean, I'm just giving you the option, man, to say yes or no. We're just here to help.
No, and then he takes a deep breath. I'm pleased to see you. I'm glad you're here. Sorry you're freezing your bits off in this hellhole. I don't completely understand how here connects to there. This thing of hags is confusing, to say the
Yep.
least. But I am grateful you're here. I assume you were asked to come, not just blundered up here on your own. Although I wouldn't be surprised, frankly. You've found yourself in stranger places.
Yes. Yes, we have.
We're good at blundering.
So what is your plan in all this?
Well, our main goal was to come and find you, and then we kind of got caught up in all this stuff. I don't think I'd feel exactly comfortable leaving with the hag problem up here.
Plus, we still need to find Lily. Maybe. Who knows?
Well,
Yep.
Lily is... We kind of know where Lily is, and as much as we want to go and find her...
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to, but we can do that perhaps after this?
Do we know where Lily is? Where is she?
So
She's-
she got sold to some guy, some like alchemist guy, who we know where his residence is,
Oh, okay.
and I might be able to sending to him. Well, when she was a cat, she got sold.
How do we know she's not being dissected to be used in potions?
You cried on her.
We scryed on her.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I was high when all this was going on.
It was one of the sessions that you weren't here.
I know. I'm just in game.
Yeah. Yeah, next. You know how I made that off comment section about like the underground animal trading ring that is actually people?
Yeah.
You were a part of that.
Oh. What?
A lot's gone down. I will explain later. A lot's gone.
Believe
Okay.
me, it makes slightly more sense if you've been here the entire time.
I'll,
The Halloween
a little
episode.
the time. Yeah, it was great.
I'll just feign amnesia. I don't remember anything. Too much trauma.
No,
Wait,
remember stuff, because that's how you're gonna like get awesome new spells and abilities, because this guy is like super smart. Remember everything.
Well, I'll talk to Erie later.
Yes, I will. I will catch you up when.
So I think we should keep on going, try to find more stuff in this haggler, because it might be the best shot we have at this.
Yeah, we haven't fully explored it yet, I don't think.
I agree.
Yeah, and plus we still need to figure out what's going on with the circle, or we don't need to, but I feel like we should. Otherwise we're just kind of leaving them hanging.
Yeah, which hopefully we might find answers here. I'm not sure, but yeah.
What do you think,
cool.
Hildreth?
Silence means yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to the haggler then.
I was going to say, before I realized that my push to talk button doesn't work when I'm looking at Roll20 and not Discord, is that I don't even know who this man is, and what he wants or is concerned about has nothing to do with what I am, which involves going into that hag lair and continuing what we started.
Okay, well, this is Badger. He can turn into a boar. So now you know.
My name's Hildreth. I have one eye and a pet bird.
And ghosts.
And
Don't
he's a
ask
witch.
about his ghosts.
We don't talk about the ghosts.
He weighs
Silent talks about every.
less than a duck.
I just had a thought.
You
Talk about us.
Hildreth will turn and stare at Davynn, unblinking at that phrase.
I'm just wondering, like, what do they think of us? Like, do they think we're neat people, or are they just like annoyed with our general existence, like a lot of people we meet are? You're still staring at me and not responding, so I'll take that as a
Maybe.
okay. Great chat. Great chat. What is that sound?
What is happening?
I'm confused. Why are you making sounds? Are you a zombie now? Do I have to put you down? I don't want to. Somebody help me.
I'll pat Hildreth on the back. You okay there?
He's
got something
asking
stuck?
questions that people should not ask.
So they don't. Is what I'm gonna take away from that. Thanks. Hey guys.
I think this
Anybody
laughing is
opposed to just
in
moving? Let's just go to the lair and ignore that this conversation ever happened.
Oh.
Damn it, not you two!
Oh my god. All right. We're heading towards the lair once more. Crossing the snowy, brittle courtyard into the mouth of the temple.
Badger coming with.
If you want me to.
Do we have any extra weapons to give him?
I have a mace. You can have my mace.
I got a dagger.
I want it back,
Um,
though.
Alright, he'll use your mace.
Does he say he'll give it back?
Yeah, of course he'll give it back.
Okay, good.
Priorities.
Yes, he will give your mace back. Alright.
Don't get all worked up
Hey,
in the heat of
guys.
battle and throw it at the enemy either, please.
It's a maze.
Aren't you the one who goes screaming headlong into enemies with a greatsword raised over your head?
That was old Xylund.
Oh.
Now he does it with a magic greatsword.
Yeah.
He trundles behind you. As does your pet boar.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, and my 2 dogs. I've got 2 dogs now.
Yes, and your dogs.
Lana, have you
have
named
summoned
those?
2 mastiffs.
Nope. He's just a good boy.
Quadskit and Quinskit.
No,
Yep.
they're Biter and Smiter. And they don't respond to any other. I'll impress upon the dogs. Your Biter, your Smiter. Don't answer to any other names.
Canine bark this.
So this entourage, this one's spot, and this one is fluffy, crosses across the courtyard. As a reminder, there are traps set up here. Do you go through them? Do you walk around them? Do you just take your chances?
You said that there were traps?
The ones we set up.
Yeah, didn't you
Yes.
put
Oh yeah.
ball
Well,
bearings
the
down?
Guardian is gone because it's only the last 8 hours.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the guardian. I'm worried about the physical stuff.
Oh yeah. No, we
probably
cleared
cleaned
that
them up.
stuff.
Yeah. Since we know that they're there, they're not like super complex traps, if I recall.
No, they're not. It's down and then half buried in the snow.
Yeah, the ball bearings are a hot commodity, so we got to take them back.
Okay. All right. So there is ball bearing collection as you go through, and once again, enter the frozen temple. Dun dun dun.
Just food.
I think the appropriate sound effect you're looking for, Eerie, was. Ooh.
I leave that to you. All right. So this is the frozen temple. Ooh. I left all your drawings here, clearly.
Aw.
We're going to walk past the door with all the locked-in flame skulls. And
Just
ignore
ignoring
it.
that one.
Yeah. So everything seems quiet in here. Snowy but quiet. You can hear very low pick snuffles echoing in the narrow hallways, but that's the only sound.
Isn't the only place that we didn't go to the south down here?
Yep.
Yeah, the southernmost hallway. You have looked in every room so far. The only thing I think you have not touched necessarily is the font in the great room where you fought the undead beholder.
Let's go take a look at that then.
But everything else you have investigated. So yes, in the great room, the beholder is still there, or at least the mushy, viscous, half-leathered remains of a gigantic beholder is there, as is the font, which again is built into the floor and therefore was not knocked over during the cheese and hentai battle of the last session.
That's a statement.
That's what I called the last episode.
Yeah, fair.
Cheese and hentai. It's what it was. It's
Yeah,
cheese
that's
and
exactly
hentai.
what it was.
So on that note, let's touch it.
That's how we get in our views on YouTube. Just put hentai in the title.
Yep.
Yeah.
Put hentai in the title. Yep. That's how it works. It's all
Hentai,
clickbait.
not clickbait.
Chodes clickbait. All right, so it looks like Lana's making a beeline for her font here.
Yeah.
to
Anything to abort
examine.
that conversation. Let's go. Touch.
Not looking. The font, again, built into the floor. It's made of this. It seems to be made of the same stone as the rest of it, although a little newer, maybe. Probably not done at the time of creation. It doesn't seem to be as worn as the walls or the cobblestones are, but it's very clearly the same stone. And it is about chest height and about the size of a slightly oversized bird bath, filled with clear liquid. Whether it's water, you're not sure. It's not frozen. It is still liquid, and there are vials, very small vials that look like they have eyedropper tops to them, eyedropper stoppers, that are seated in pre-made holes at the top of this font. They're just sort of slid in there like a test tube rack.
Yeah. Are the vials filled with anything?
Yes. There are 3 different colored liquids in there. One is black, one is green, and one has sort of a goldish cast to it. Not quite yellow, not quite metallic gold, but in that spectrum. The vials they are removable. They slide right out of their little holders. They're just average size glass vials, something that would be very at home in Lily's lab, things that you've seen 100 times. And they do have eyedropper stops to them, so there's no wax or anything that indicates you wouldn't be able to pull them.
We have a test subject we could try these out on, that goblin in the other room.
Or we could
morally not.
He's a goblin.
That's
Okay.
racist. That is like
Yeah.
the most racist thing.
Well, then
He's
look at
also
it from
dead.
this point of view.
He's
Try to
dead.
murder us first.
Wait, what? He's dead?
Yeah, he died like 2 episodes.
Pardon?
Yes, he died several episodes ago when a flaming skull went in and roasted the living crap out of him.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Oh, whoops.
Little bastard brought around his own death. He had it coming.
He never saw.
Yeah, he couldn't dodge. He was in a dead.
Whoops.
Maybe he should have thought about that before he called security.
Maybe they need less destructive security.
Well, we've got boars.
Oh, that's true. You have picks. Lana, point of order. Are you touching like the actual font itself, like the outside stone going around?
Let's say yes.
Okay. Making contact with any of the stone lip around the font, however you are choosing to do so, causes a picture to float to the top of the water. And that's very much the way the image arrives, as if it's a photograph from the bottom that's floating to the top. It looks similar to a scribe, but it's not framed the same way. It's we would consider it very cinematic, but it is very very open instead of the more narrow view that a scry gets. It is the image does seem to focus around a girl. She looks preteen, 11, 12, maybe 13 tops, in fairly standard worker class garb. She's got a skirt, she's got an apron, she has very, very bright red hair, and she's not local. At least she's not any place with snow on the ground. The area that you can see around her is fairly green. Maybe northern, given the more evergreen appearance of the trees around her, as opposed to a more temperate forest. But she seems to be outside. It is dawn wherever she is. You can see that the sky is still fairly rosy, and she is apparently going to go pick something. She's got a basket in her arm, and she's headed off in the direction of trees.
Hmm. If somebody
I mean,
else
it
touches
looks
it, does
nice.
the painting change?
Let me try. I'll touch it.
No. No, as you guys touch it, the picture remains the same. And as long as you continue to make contact with it, it will start to move. Again, very, very similar to a scry, where it's no longer a static image, but it's actually she walks and begins to move as if you were scrying on somebody.
You can't see us, right? Probably not. Hello? I'm gonna wave in front of the painting.
There doesn't seem to be a reaction from.
Try putting some liquid in there and see if it changes what we see.
These vials might be like really cool magic potions, though.
Yeah, but we can. They've got little eyedroppers, don't
Hey,
they? We
I
can just
wonder if
do a
we
little
had-
drop.
Somebody who could identify what these vials are.
Oh. Right.
Hildreth, can you do that? Oh wait, I can do that.
Yeah.
How long does it take you to cast it though? Because I got these glasses.
10 minutes, but I can just do it forever.
I can do it forever too, but I can do it real fast once. When I see you start to cast, I will whip out my glasses and beat you to the punch.
Oh, okay. Sure.
All right, what are you identifying then?
The vials.
Well,
If I
you gotta.
can I
It's
collectively-
one object.
Okay,
No,
how about
it's-
we do detect magic first to find out what here is magic? Actually, we were in here with detect magic on, which
Yeah,
so
the
are the
font
vials
did
magic?
not come up as magical, and the vials don't ping as magical either.
Okay.
But then again, half the stuff that you touch in here doesn't ping magical, and yet it's all
Hag.
fairly.
Shit.
Yeah.
Let's identify it.
All right, I'll identify the. Well, the font is clearly magical.
Yes.
I'll do the font.
Okay. So you're gonna identify the font, and Lana, what are you identifying?
We'll start on the vials. Just pick one.
The
I
gold.
can't remember the
You got-
colors. The gold one.
Black, gold. Okay, so you got black, green, and gold. All right. So you're identifying the gold, and Xylund are identifying the font. The closest thing that it comes
What
to,
is that?
I think somebody's
Sorry.
making food.
That was just
That was me. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I figured it was it
Shade.
having lunch. Yes.
He set off the alarm on the facility he's being kept in. Security's coming.
Yeah, the font, while again not pinging as magical, is some form of scrying sensor. More than that, it's very difficult. Like that's the closest you're really gonna get. It's a divination tinged item. But as far as how to make it go, that's anybody's guess.
That was useless.
Lana, you.
Yep.
Right, there's no magic in it, apparently. Nothing is identified. It's just, as far as you know, it's colored water.
How much y'all want to spend another 10 minutes here?
No, let's just drop
Yeah,
a
let's just-
thing in the
Yeah.
water and see what happens.
Like drop a drop in the water.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's a good idea.
What color? How about
Let's do
green,
the
just
gold
in
one.
case?
Yeah.
Well, all right, sure.
Which are you doing?
Gold.
Gold. Okay. So you you drop some gold into the font, which swirls around and it sort of tints the entire mass of water gold for just a second, and then does sort of a swirl around it like it's going down an invisible drain. The whole process takes about 5 seconds. And the image in the water ripples. independently of the water that's been added to it. And the image is very much the same girl, same background, everything else is the same. It's still moving. Only now a second image, or a second figure, I should say, appears in the image. It's a person who looks to be slightly younger than the first girl that runs in from the side. The focus of the image never changes from the girl. She's clearly front and center the entire time. So this other individual runs in from outside the frame and has a really pretty cake, just like a little kind of personal cake, but very finely made. Not something that you would really expect someone, working class or farmers to have. It looks like a very fine little noble cake. But yeah, this second individual, in the same style of garb, runs in from the side, super excited, with this cake half covered in a napkin. You can see where there might be fingerprints in the icing along the top, and the little one who's running in might be a little boy or a little girl. It's tough to tell. Short hair and not super old, so difficult to tell gender. But the little one clearly has smears of icing at the side of their face and high up on one cheek. Some mishap with the cake as it was being delivered. And they both seem super excited and super jazzed. And they sit down and they share this little cake together as you watch.
Oh.
That's wholesome. I kind of don't want to change it now.
I'll do
Throw
a
in the
drop.
black.
Yeah, black. Black next. Let's see what happens.
Okay, so you drop in black, and the water reacts the same way. There's the tint and the swirl, and then the little independent ripple after that's ended. The picture stays exactly the same. They're still sitting there. They're having their little cake. They look super jazzed about everything. Absolutely nothing has changed. But the image itself, just barely noticeable around the border where the water hits the stone, does get a little dimmer. It's not very big. It's, if you weren't looking for it, you might not even see it. But there is a small gray pall that has taken over just the first maybe half inch where the water meets the stone. But other than that, the image doesn't change. Their actions do not change. They're still chatting away and munching on their pretty little prize.
The black one just seems like it turns down the dimness, so I guess it's just black water.
Maybe. Only one way to know. Throw in more black.
No, let's do another color first. I want to be able to see what's happening.
I know.
So green
So
is
we're
the
going
last
to do
one.
the green.
Green.
Okay. You drop in some green. Same little show. For a second, once the green has melded itself into the font, the picture stays exactly the same, with these two chatting away happily, munching on their pretty little cake. But then the little one who entered, the younger brother / sister, drops their bit of cake and puts both little hands to their throat, and looks like they're coughing or trying to dislodge something. And the first girl, the tween girl, drops her cake as well and runs, or reaches over to the second figure and is trying to figure out what's wrong, and back, or is trying to is behaving as if they're choking, trying to get them to cough it up, and it's not working.
Oh no, put in more gold, make it happy again.
So, over the space of minutes, while the girl frantically flaps her arms and appears to be yelling for help, there's no sound. There's never been any sound. She is standing, hands to her mouth, appears to be calling, trying to drag the little one away, who is of course kicking and fighting and gasping for air. over several minutes, you watch the little one slowly stop breathing.
So the gold
As-
didn't do any good?
No gold did any good.
Well, what about black now?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
put in
I
more
guess.
black.
You throw in more black now. Okay. It does its thing. Once again, the image is slightly tinted a little darker just at the edge where the water meets the bowl. The scene of the girl crying over what you presume to be a younger sibling does not change. The little one is still gone, and the girl is still in the midst of mourning them.
All right. Well, that was dark and sad.
Yeah.
I wonder if that was real or if that was just the hags messing with us again.
You totally just killed that little girl.
I did no such thing.
I just saw it.
It's actually a little actually, I don't know. I'm not the best at telling genders sometimes.
You monkeys look all the same to me.
Okay, wow, that's definitely racist.
Doesn't make my
You're one
goblin
to stand on a
keep
moral
so
high
bad.
ground. You just killed that child.
Okay, maybe I killed a child, but at least I'm not a racist. That doesn't sound right either.
Hey, we'll have plenty of time for racism and killing children later. Let's figure out. Do we want to try like mixing the colors together and dunking them in?
I think we already have. Right?
Well, like two at the same time.
I guess.
How much more of this stuff do we have? Like, how much have we used versus how much is left?
It's a standard size vial, so it's fairly full, and you've only been using drops at a time, so there doesn't seem to be any appreciable difference in the amount of liquid.
All right, yeah, let's experiment then.
Drink the paint. That's an understatement, Max. Yeah, do we want to do gold and green first? Stick together?
Sure.
Golden
Yeah.
green sounds good.
So you're going to be dropping this in at the same time, or trying to mix them together separately and then dropping them in?
Probably the same time. I don't imagine that making them
Well,
would
we
be
can do
much.
both. We can do both.
Okay, which are you doing?
Let's do same time first and then
Yeah.
mix them together second.
Okay, which do you want to try?
Gold and green.
Gold and green. Okay.
GG.
Dropping gold and green. They seem to react differently when they're dropped in at the same time. The two colors sort of chase one another as they swirl through the bowl, and the ending tint is very distinctly gold by the end. It never really does take an appreciable green color.
It's
As
like
far
rock, paper,
as
scissors.
That's just what happens. Watching the image, the girl who is kneeling over and mourning their presumably dead sibling, again tries to lift them and is not strong enough and does, but a small pouch drops out of the little one's pocket, and the older girl picks it up and opens it, and inside she finds a few gold coins, 3 or 4, it's hard to tell. You don't have that good of a vantage point, which again is a massive sum of money
Yeah.
for someone living out in the rural areas of the world. And the look on her face is equal measure of horror and disbelief as she puts the pouch back to the floor. back to the ground and continues to try and move the younger child.
Green and black.
Green and black. Green and black. Again, it's that same sort of. I guess rock paper scissors is really a great way to describe it. They do seem to chase each other. The colors separately chase each other around for a bit before the edge of the. Even further. So now you've got a solid inch of water coming away from the stone that has been dimmed gray.
Black and gold.
Using black and gold, same sort of rock, paper, scissors treatment, and black wins again.
Black just seems to win.
That screws up the rock, paper, scissors analogy.
Yeah, it's really just rock at that point. Rock and two shittier things.
Yeah.
I never understood why rock doesn't always win. I mean, rocks can put holes in papers.
Should we try
which is why the rock throwers of, Greystone were so dangerous.
We don't talk about those.
Great rock. Yeah.
Should we just try blacking it all out?
I don't know if we'd be able to interact with this thing anymore if we black it all out.
We do still have an entire other section of the layer to explore.
Yeah.
Maybe this will make more sense in some other context, like once we see what else is going on here.
Yeah. We can always come back.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's move on.
Those stories we read in the books, like the 2 different stories about the little girl or whatever, did they involve poisoned cake? I can't remember.
I don't think so.
Or
She was
choking
just
on
excited
cake.
about her birthday and talking about a boy she really liked.
Oh, okay. Well, so there are some similarities.
Yeah. All like preteen girls. Which is like prime hag age.
Yep.
Is it? I thought the hags were supposed to be old.
Hag recruitment age.
Hag recruitment age is like you're a baby, and then they make everybody care for you for like 12 years of their life, and then on your 13th birthday you go like, surprise, I'm actually a hag, haha, I'm gonna kill everybody.
You know a lot about hags.
It's kind of a hobby.
Honestly, would have thought something like, I don't know, ropes or sea shanties, not hags.
Yes. I mean, sea hags are a thing.
Oh, okay, now it all makes sense. I think. Let's move on.
This is just Sid's love of hags creeping in.
Oh, all right. Are you pocketing the vial?
I mean, does
Yes.
Lana
They're
do
going
anything?
in the bag.
Okay.
It's a question of whether she drinks them and empties them before she puts them in the bag.
I have no
I
idea
don't
how
think-
badly I want to drink the paint, but I will put them in the bag.
Okay.
Wait,
In the
I am going to put them in the bag.
I can have the
Just
bag
in
back now,
case.
Davin. I'm not wearing the crown.
Wait, are you not?
Yet.
Yeah, it got removed cursed a while ago.
Okay. But how do we know you won't again?
I like my stuff.
Okay, fair. Here, take it.
Thanks.
So can I have the crown then?
No.
No, let's get rid of it.
We can't get rid of it.
Okay, fine. Let's do this before you start insulting my dad again.
I didn't insult your
Move
dad.
on.
I just said I didn't kill him.
Moving on.
I'm going to the south.
Everything. All right. So the crew wanders again to the south, through the kitchen.
Oh, I want
I
to just
assume.
poke my head in on the boards to see why they're making noise and stuff.
Why they're making noise?
Well, you said you've
They
mentioned
seem
a couple
fine.
times that they.
Yeah.
They're fine? Okay.
Well, yeah, you can. Yeah, they seem to be fine.
Boars make noise.
Yeah, they're making pig noises, that's for sure, but they don't seem to be particularly agitated at the moment.
Shit. Has anyone been feeding these boars? Maybe we should... Is there like boar feed around here?
Yeah, there's actually the room next door to the pig holding area, the one that you're about to pass through south of the kitchen. This one here is full of grain, both open grain and sealed bags of grain. So yeah, it does look, and it's fresh too. So it does look like someone has been in here at some point feeding the pigs.
At some point recently? Like since we've been here?
That's difficult to tell unless any of you have sufficient tracking.
Well, tracking.
I do have survival.
Do it.
It's not great.
Oh, it's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad. There have been people inside the pig pen since you guys left, judging by the footprints inside. Yes.
Great, so they probably know that we know, and that they know, and etc.
Well, it's hard to miss that we've been here, I think, at this point.
Yes.
Kind of done a
Fair.
lot.
We did kill a beholder. Or break their chandelier would probably be how they think of it.
We stole that big tapestry.
Yes.
Let's go keep on going.
Yeah,
Should
let's
we
go.
head down to the south?
Yep.
Let's do it.
Onwards.
All right. So further south to the one area that you have passed and never quite gone into, and that is the southernmost hallway.
Wait, one more thing. I want to check on the
Yes.
door to the flame skull room and make sure that it's still shut and locked.
Okay. The door is shut. Make a perception.
Oh, I'm good
But
at
there are no
these.
flame skulls inside.
Oh, awesome.
That's fine. Don't worry.
I'm great at these. Kern, can you maybe listen for fire? Because I apparently am deaf.
Fine.
Okay. The door is still shut. It very, very imperceptibly moves under your ears and fingertips as you press against it. They are definitely in there, at least, well, more than one. can't come up with an exact number. There's definitely more than one in there, and they are pissed off. You can hear the sound of something fairly large and fairly heavy slamming against both the door and the walls. The door is not hot enough that it hurts you when you touch it, but there is a bit of a heat that creeps through it.
We might want to board up these doors.
A Xylund patchwork door. Nothing can get through it.
Okay, I believe you.
Okay. Good enough for me. Let's keep going.
I guarantee it.
All right. So we come to the southernmost hallway. You guys have passed this a couple of times as you were fighting flame skulls. The doorway has a large, we'll say bird, for lack of a better term. It is a skeletal construction where the arms have been elongated by stringing several different people's arms together. And hanging from that framework of the elongated arms that canopy this door are what appear to be long strips of black hair that obscure the hallway beyond. So yeah, you've actually never looked down the hallway because this curtain of long black hair has obscured your vision.
Gross.
I don't like it. Let's keep
go.
going.
So we have
Okay.
to pass through this curtain to continue?
You do, yeah. It's like a beaded curd. Yeah, it's loose enough that you can certainly pass through it. It's not really an obstacle, but it does obscure your vision.
Can we light it on fire first, and then
No, burning hair smells terrible.
we'll have this helmet?
You
Alright, I'm
don't.
That sounds like a you problem.
Pass through the hair while holding my hands, gloved hands out, and being like, ill.
So you pass through the really rank, and it's a pretty bad curtain. On fire or not, it's not smelling awesome. And you enter a hallway. It's about twice the size of the hallways that you've been in so far, so you can stand two abreast in it. Well, you could if the hallway wasn't filled with random stuff. You can see it's not super long. You can absolutely see the door at the other end, which seems to be covered in another curtain of some sort, although it's difficult to make out the material. It's got a greenish cast to it, is really all you can see. And lining this longish hallway are almost museum-like setups, display cases, or exhibits. Small things and fairly random. Walking through, you see there are misshapen animals that have been pieced together, dinosaur bone style, and mounted on the wall, but they're all hodgepodge. It's the wrong skulls on the wrong necks, on the wrong spines, with the wrong feet. They range as large as what could be a donkey to as small as a house cat. And they're just smattered on the walls here and there with no rhyme or reason to them. There are other indications of someone with an interest in taxidermy. Objects that might have been animals at one point that have been crudely stuffed. Very clearly the early working, someone in training, that have been placed on tables. And again, the original animals are somewhat indeterminate. About halfway down, there are two bodies. This is the narrowest part of the hallway. You go through sort of side. But on either side are glass coffins, Snow White style. They're actually built into the floor. The stone part is built into the hall, and the glass coffin style sections have been placed on top and secured by some metal, looks like brass. They are 6 foot in length, and inside each is the slightly decayed and slightly preserved, depending on the area that you're looking at, corpses of two older women. Older women showing sharp teeth in the places where the flesh of the jaw has rotted away, hair that goes down to about their knees, varying colors. The woman on the left is entirely gray, whereas the other one still has some color in her hair, a light blonde, honey blonde color. Using your divine sense, these two entities do have a very faint undead quality to them, but they're not active. They're not the same as a zombie or any of the other undead that you've come across. There's definitely some trace of it there, but not enough that would make you alarmed. And they're posed in traditional death.
I'm still alarmed. I'll hold the sword over them to see what it has to say about things.
Well, your sword has been generally alarmed the entire time you've been here. The sword does not react with alarm to them.
Okay.
It does, yeah. It does not seem to be particularly scared. So as you shimmy your way past these two ladies, you get close enough to the end of the hall that you can finally see that curtain. Yeah, that sword is pretty much always freaked out.
Sort of constant
you can
screaming.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see the other doorway and the substance that has been sort of cloaking it. The door is a physical door, it's not just a doorway. You can see through the green that there is a bit of wood behind it. But cascading down across the entire length of the door frame is a green slime effect. Glancing above the door, there is a massive slug or snail with a tiny little shell. It's not entirely clear, but it too is the length of the door mantle, and it's just sort of hanging up above the door. It's got a small platform up there, just enough for it to chill on, but judging by the slime trails on the walls above it and around it, it likes to motor around a little, and the constantly dripping green slime is what is covering this door. Beneath it, in the corners, where the hall wall meets the door wall that you're now facing, there's lots of bits and bobs, scraps of leather and bits of wood and metal, hair, big clumps of hair, most of it black, some of it white, some of it red, like really bright auburn red, as well as what might be cast off implements, bits of worked metal, and that is also fairly slime covered.
Does the slime seem to have an effect on the metal? Like, is it potting it? Like some sort of corrosive
And
element
not that
would?
you can tell. Yeah, not that you can tell from where the metal sticks up out of the piles and covered in green. It still seems to be. I mean, it's all fairly dull iron, but it doesn't seem to be like acid traced or. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any corrosive effect to the metal.
Okay. That's good. As I pat my armor and like, you're safe for now.
Should we just like open the door from afar somehow? Because I don't want to get slimed.
How heavy is the door?
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Forgot it on push stop. Okay, so you push open the door, and it does open. It doesn't seem to be locked or latched particularly carefully. The slime kind of wobbles in the breeze as you do that and continues to drip down. The snail or slug is not terribly perturbed by any of it. So you'll still have to kind of, unless you can figure out a way to clear the curtain, you'll still have to walk through it. But you are able to open the door and see that there is a room beyond.
Can I push the snail?
Yeah, push the snail off the
Snail's
ledge.
hanging out on the wall. You might be able to push him off. I don't know. He's probably, let's see. Oh, more than 10. He is more than 10 pounds.
He's a big
So-
boy.
Wait, how big is this now?
He goes the length of the door frame. He's a big boy.
Okay.
Yeah, he's probably the size of a good medium to large sized dog. He's a big boy.
You don't have an umbrella?
He's bigger than Quadskit and Quinskit.
Oh, wait. How about I go grab the ladder from the other room and we use the ladder to shove it off? Because we're not going to need the ladder for anything if it, if the...
That's fine.
Okay,
whatever
I'll run back
Sure,
and
sounds
grab the
good.
ladder. And then I'll bring it back and try to shove the snail off with it.
If only we could buy that in our starting equipment.
Why don't we just ask nicely?
Can you talk to snails?
Well, how do we know it doesn't understand us?
Hello, Mr. Snail. Can you understand us? Obviously, the silence means yes, and he's just being angry with us. So he's acting hostile.
Well, maybe you should say, "Can you please move aside?" Maybe he can't talk back.
Could you please move aside, Mr. Snail? Or Mrs. Snail?
The snail is either uncaring or does not understand. But it does give Xylund a chance to run back and grab his ladder.
Well,
And
all right.
shimmy
I tried
back with
everything.
it. You
Have to
did
try the ladder.
try. That is true. Okay, who's going to climb up and shove the snail?
No, that's not what we're doing. I'm just going to use the ladder as like a shoving pole and implement. I'm not getting near the snail. I'm just going
I
to
see.
sort of stand on the other
First
side of the
degree.
room and yeah.
Oh, that's pretty gross. Okay. Make guess, please.
Pardon?
If you're going to use this ladder to shove the snail,
Mm-hmm.
which is what I'm hearing, make a
Yeah.
strength check.
Okay. Haha.
Oh, that's good. You start to shove the ladder into the snail, and rather than push him off his little perch, he actually just sort of climbs onto your ladder.
That's fine.
Like
Oh,
it
just
gets
like a
it gets
birdie.
under him. Yeah, it gets under him, and he starts to slowly shift himself onto the ladder, taking his trails with him. And it's not a fast process. It probably takes him a couple minutes to fully shift himself onto this ladder, with his head now facing down towards the party. But it is also, the ladder is now also channeling all of the slime into a pool on the floor.
Once he's on the ladder, I'll shift him over to the side of the room and set the ladder down over there.
There are no windows in here, Lana.
You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Put it in the
We can throw him out the door we came in, I guess.
Throw him in the room with all the flame skulls.
No! No, that's needlessly cruel.
All right. So I've shifted the snail from his location. The trail, the curtain of slime does abate. All that's left is what's already pooled around the floor, effectively, and you guys can. It's a big puddle. You'll still have to walk through it, but you won't have it dripping on your head, at least.
Can we hop over it?
Kinda. It's pretty big, and while this hallway is wider, it's not much taller than the other one, so you won't get much height, and you still have to get through the door. It would be
You
an
know what?
impressive hop.
Let's get the snail off the ladder and use the ladder as like a walking thingamajiggy.
Isn't the ladder now covered in corrosive slime?
Well, no, the slime
It's
isn't.
covered in slime.
It's
Yeah,
just
there's
slime,
no evidence that it hurts you. Yeah, so far it's just gross. There's no indication. It does not seem to be hurting the stone. It doesn't seem to be hurting the ladder or the wooden platform above it. It's just ew. It's just gross.
To be fair, it's not the most gross thing in a room full of hair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nope. Certainly.
that's good.
No, we
gonna
missed
try and
the,
hop
we,
it,
mi-
or
we
you
missed
just
we
want-
missed number 6. No, it's got to be sex skid.
That
Good choice.
There we go.
Nope, there's only one word. Anyways, okay, we'll go through this.
I'm gonna try hopping over even if it's near impossible.
Okay. All right. Ugh. You can almost make it. Like I said, doorway is fairly low. But other than Kern, none of you are exceptionally tall, so that's not an issue. You're the
Pool of
pool
slime.
around the door. Yeah, it doesn't go anywhere. It just sort of pulls up there. So you stop the curtain from hitting you in the head by removing the snail, and now you just got to deal with the stuff on the floor. Okay. Xylund, you can get most of the way through. You can good 90% with that roll, but your feet will land square in the sludge on the inside of the room, which I will show you as you guys go through.
Is it another visual aid?
I'm guessing yes.
It's
It's a single room visual aid.
Yay, that's a good sign.
Nothing
Single
bad will happen
room.
here.
Visual aid. Nothing bad ever happens in visual aid. It's wonderful.
That's why it's called AIDS. Like it helps
Okay.
us.
Yeah, it's an aid.
Mhm.
Okay. Oh, Lana, is that your protection from poison? All right.
Ooh, you have
So-
a fancy circle token.
You guys are
Are we coming
on
in from the north?
northern end. Yeah, you guys are up here.
Yeah, there's a website where you can make them like super easily. We can send you guys a link if you want it. All you gotta do is just like post the picture in it, and then it makes it, and then you download it.
Yes, please.
Okay. This room actually appears to be a continuation of the hallway. Judging by the architecture within it, it's got these 4 pillars here, and it's made of the same stone and the same basic setup as the rest of the temple. But the southernmost entrance here, where the hallway would naturally continue, has been blocked by a massive bit of snow, like what looks like pacted snow, to the point where it's solid.
Great.
Hang on a second, my roll 20 is being dim. There we go. Within the room itself, there is a minor water feature, very similar to the font, except this one's built into the floor. And someone has converted this wide space in the hallway into quarters of their own. There's a bed, there's a table and chair covered with all sorts of doodads and whatnot. There's crates and chests for storage. There's some sort of makeshift dining area here in this corner where there are tables and barrels and other stools that can be used for eating. And there's random shit everywhere. The table is covered with, again, doodads and, looks like might be mortar and pestle. Looks like there's other sorts of what people would consider as part of their home. There's clothes spilling out of a chest nearest to you guys. It's definitely somebody's living space, but it is highly chaotic. There are also very big departures from your average living space. In the ceiling of the room is a massive skeletal bird. Judging from the spine that was left uncovered, the wings are covered in leather, but not in all places. Some patches have been worn away, showing the skeleton beneath. Appears to be all held together with wire. The skull itself has been left uncovered, but the eyes have been set with some sort of stone or glass or polished rock. And the entire thing has been absolutely festooned with feathers. Rather than put the feathers on the wings, the feathers have been made into a crown of sorts and placed upon the bird's head. It's an odd little homage, but it is suspended from the ceiling in full flight mode. Also around the room in various locations, at least 4 by the bed itself, and then in random places by the table and in the center of the room, are taxidermied pigs and pig parts. The same black-blue skin that you saw from the larger boars, as well as the more tawny leather from the regular pigs that you saw in the sty. And some of them have bunny-style ears, and some of them have normal piggy ears, but they are all in various stages of reconstruction. Most of them are life-sized, but some have clearly been turned into toy versions. There's one that sits on the bed, there are 2 that sit on the table, and there's one that is peeking out from the overflowing chest with all the clothes in it.
Sort of stuffed boars.
Yeah, they're either taxidermy styled realistic, or like I said, the smaller ones are more child's playthings. They're smaller, like stuffed animal style, but they're still leather, covered in leather, with little eyes stitched into them rather than the glass from the taxidermy stuff. And there's a lot of them everywhere. And that's the room.
It's a weird place for a living quarters. Kind of have to like walk through your bedroom to get to the bathroom or something. I'm gonna go check out the chest and open that guy up, see what's in it.
I'm gonna just keep a
Alright.
lookout and be like, there are two almost dead ladies behind us in glass coffins, so that can't be good. Yeah, and then I'll just keep an eye around the room, making sure that we're not going to get jumped.
Okay.
Are we more than 60 feet away from where I used my divine sense before?
No.
So I didn't get any kind of ping from this massive bird thing?
No. No, the bird doesn't ping us anything.
Okay.
So, in the chest, like I said, it is overflowing with clothes and small piggy dolls, as well as other dolls. As you start to kind of poke your way through, it's women's clothes, exclusively women's clothing. Some of it is very, lower class tradesman style clothes, but some of them are actually very pretty. They're a little closer to what you saw in the closet, much finer ladies' clothing. But it's all just sort of jumbled together and stuffed in this chest. There's been no attempt to organize it or to preserve the clothes in any way. Most of them are pristine. Some of them are a little torn. Some are obviously very old and have begun to yellow with age and wear around the hems and things. And some of them have other stains on them. None of them fresh. Most of them dark and difficult to ascertain what they were before. But there are stuffed pigs in here, as well as other handmade dolls. Most of them fairly clunky in their construction.
So this pool, or font, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Anything going on there?
It's clear, appears to be water, moves like water. It is completely unfrozen, and you can't see the bottom. You want to add some paint? Any particular?
Let's add some gold, and then never any of the others.
Okay.
Good call.
Adding
While this is happening,
drops of gold.
I am just pacing around the room anxiously, making sure we're not getting attacked.
All right, make a perception check. Well, adding gold paint to the water does not react the same way as it did with the font. It doesn't do the little swirly do. It doesn't have any particular pattern. It just sort of, well, like you would expect food coloring to react when it hits water. But there's a lot of water here. It's much larger than the font, so it doesn't tint the whole shebang. It only tints the little area that it hits, and then it just slowly dissipates. There's no image in the water. Again, you can't really see the bottom. It just sort of dissolves on its own, and there's no appreciable changes.
I considered eating the paint, and then I put it back.
Maybe we have to dump the whole vial since there's more water here.
But I also don't want to use the whole vial.
Agreed. Wasn't there already a picture to begin with in the other font?
Yeah, when you touched
When
it.
you touched it. Oh, are we touching this?
I touched the font.
So I'll touch it. We all fondle the font.
Yes, you all fondle the font. There is no image that appears.
I'm picturing we both reach out to touch it and our hands touch on top of the font.
Oh, Xylund,
Aww.
your hands are so strong and firm and
Armored.
Looking man.
And armored, yeah.
And armored. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yes. Touching the font does not seem to change it in any way.
The way that the light plays off the ice, I've never seen you like this before.
What with your face
How
being
long does your
hidden by
divine
a
set?
helm?
It's like 6 seconds.
Yeah, I think it's
Is
just a
it?
one-off thing.
Okay.
Oh god. Should you be doing something now?
I pinged my divine sense for no reason whatsoever.
Lana's in the font. I jump in the. Do you want to go in the water?
Sure.
Oh my
I'm
God.
cold.
I love Lana.
I
You
think
don't
I
have
would
towels?
try to restrain her.
What do
I
you
imagine
You're gonna catch a cold.
one leg in.
You put one leg in.
Yeah.
Can I
Okay.
try to pull her out when I see she's trying to jump in the font?
We'll do a grapple. I don't care.
This is the thing that's happening for some reason.
I don't know why you're doing this, Lana.
Do you think I know why I'm doing this?
Oh no.
You're not doing this. You go to dip a toe into the font.
Y'all can
Maybe try a finger first before you just
Fine,
jump
I'll put
in.
a hand in. Jesus.
because that's much less useful than a foot. Oh god.
The hand inside.
Don't put your whole hand in. Put your finger in. That way, if it eats your
Only
flesh,
Lily
it's just a
could-
finger.
If only Lily could see this now and just be like,
Yes.
"This is how I got a stump leg."
Okay, so touching, putting a finger into the font here. The water is ice cold. As expected. It's actually, I need you to make a con save for me. It is incredibly cold. There you go. So it's a bit of a shock to the system, but nothing you can't handle clearly. You're not going to lose that finger yet, but it feels like ice water. It just feels like water. You don't touch anything. It just, it feels like you're sticking your hand in a very cold glass of water.
Boring. I put my hand back. Y'all freaked out for nothing.
Throw a doll in
You
there.
see Kern actually making this pacing around. Freaking out meter is maximized.
Should we be concerned about the giant flying facsimile above us?
If it moves, yeah.
I would say
Hold on.
Let
Let me see if we can get up there and get a better look at it. I'd
I can
like
do
to try
that.
to see if I can, climb up
Wait.
or on something, like a pillar.
How about a ladder, like my ladder of 1,000 uses? I'll run back and grab the ladder.
Oh, yeah.
The ladder
that's
Shake
right.
the snail up.
Sounds great.
I will shake the snail off the ladder and bring it back.
Strength check. Do a strength check to get that snail off.
Ow.
Ow, and that snail
I
ain't
don't-
moving.
I don't see why you couldn't just bring the ladder and the snail at the same time. And that way,
Yeah.
if the fight breaks out, we've got the snail on our side.
Oh, you know what? I will do that. I'm going to put the snail in the fountain. See if that gets it off.
Okay. So Xylund comes running into the room with his ladder, with the snail still stuck to it.
Oh, no
He's
way.
just gonna plunge it into the
Sploosh.
font.
Yeah.
Sploosh.
Yay.
Into the font it goes. And you hear a almost like ice splintering. You don't feel the ladder actually hit the bottom as you dunk it in there. But you do hear the sound of like almost splintering wood and sounds of ice cracking. And then you see the very top of the snail's tiny shell start to bob above the surface of the font before rolling over lazily and there is now a gray, mucusless snail bobbing along the top of the font. I need everyone to do a thing. Hang on.
Now I feel bad.
Turn order about to come up.
You should feel bad.
Is the turn order about to come?
Boy,
the
howdy.
turn order.
Boy, howdy.
Ooh, boy.
Can everyone please roll in?
God damn it.
Who's the
No.
one who makes bad decisions now?
That was.
Both of you.
There was no way anyone could have predicted
What was
that.
this?
Anyone could have predicted that.
Oh. Alright. Select my token. Now I get initiative. Ha. Typical Kern. Single digit initiatives.
Okay, hang on. It's gonna be really difficult to run a combat on Twitch Talk. Alrighty, here we go.
Combat? Why are we in combat?
This is just a visual aid.
You tricked us
It's
yet
the
again here.
spirit of the angry snake.
Yuri, you still there?
Yeah, she's just probably setting up everything.
I am. I just have 2 different reference books plus my own notes,
Cool.
and I'm trying to open all the pages to where they need to be, and I can't do that one-handed. But yes, I am still here. Okay. I get to go first. Awesome. Always appreciated. I need one more bookmark to open. Thank you, bookmark. Yay. Okay. So yes, as you all watch the poor, now deceased snail and his cold, lonely end, the water starts to swirl around it, making a little eddy in the center, and a sort of a minor whirlwind of water comes forth, not entirely solid, so very different from the whirlwinds that you got to see during your fight with the druid before. This is a little more gaseous form than whirlwind, as it comes from the center of the font, still spinning water as it goes and casting droplets all around it in a little fine sheen, and it leaps into the air from the font and seems to be everywhere and nowhere at once. Until I get my thingy where it needs to be. God, there we go. And it takes the form of that right there.
Ah, a witch! As I point towards Hildreth.
Not a witch. Wife.
Oh no.
Oh, it's giant.
Yes. This is no. For illustrative purposes, this is the form that it eventually takes. A massive graywood staff, very long, spindly arms and fingers, dressed in ragged furs with fairly pointed teeth in a rictus of glee. Decorated with skulls as well as boar ears and bunny ears, and also the wings of birds preserved on her belt.
Oh, it's still big.
Is that her actual size?
And that's just roll 20 being stupid.
Okay. Is that her actual size?
That's her actual size.
Oh,
No.
she's still moderately large.
Still
I'm
pretty
trying
big.
to. It won't let me do it. There we go. Boop. All right.
It said multiple books.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to. God. All right. Okay. I'm good now. Everything's good. Everything's fine. Yes. So this is the form that materializes just beyond the font. looking mildly damp, but incredibly pleased to see you, judging from the giant smile on her face. And the words that come out of her mouth are fairly garbled, but don't sound super friendly.
Yeah.
But then again,
Hildreth used the hag stone.
Gideon speaks, so.
The Hagstone's gone forever.
No. How are we gonna ever know if this is a hag or not?
Oh no, how will we know?
Well, you never know. You don't want to assume. It could just be a person who doesn't look traditional.
I recommend we test by licking it. If it tastes like a hag and it looks like a hag, it must be a
Hildreth
hag.
says from the other side of the room.
Excuse me, are you a hag?
There's a cough and the spray of water coming forth from the newly formed figure. And the voice that comes out, again, very harsh and very cracked, with reminiscent of the sound of breaking icicles smashing to the ground. But it does manage to say, "That's a very rude question."
Why?
Actually, it's Lana's go.
Actually, it's Lana's go.
Lana?
Yeah, my audio is just spotty enough that I missed if we're murdering this thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you.
It is up to you. It is talking. It is talking intelligently. It is speaking common to you now. So whether or not you choose to use your turn to talk to it or ready an action is totally up to you.
I will stand here and ready an action. And by somewhere, I mean here.
Okay. And what action do you want to hold?
I am holding a Spirit Guardians for if it makes any sort of, going to attack my friends motions.
Okay. Okay, Davynn.
I will also come up because it seems weird to have a frontline caster further forward than me. And I will, weapons out, and like, okay, but also, can you answer the question, are you a hag? Because if
That's
you are,
important.
yes, it's very important to us.
Important to you? Well, how important? What will you trade? What will you give me?
See, I would answer that, but I know that I'm not supposed to make deals with hags, so first of all, I do need to know if you're a hag before we start doing trades.
Davynn, ask her how much she weighs.
How much do you weigh?
Davynn, no.
Which is a doctor.
Which is a doctor, don't lean over it.
2 bags of ball bearings and a coin with a snake on it.
Make this big.
Looks perplexed. Xylund.
I will move up to here, taking up my sword, and I will ready an action. If she does anything, I'm going to smack her. And I will say as I come up, we already gave you a snail, what more do you want?
Killed the snail. Robbed me of a snail.
Yes, Alan, what the fuck?
We sacrificed the snail to honor you. How about we put it that way?
Sacrificed my own snail. She kind of laughs to herself. Plus damage to my home. This might be quite the trade before we're done.
I mean, sacrifice brisket.
Nice.
Not nice.
Although you just bring him back anyway.
the same one.
Kurt?
All right, I am going to walk up a little bit farther, like over here, just so that everybody is within 30 feet of me. I'm gonna be like, still kind of keeping an eye out on the pack, like looking over my shoulder every once in a while. Be like, see, the thing is, like for trades, we kind of got to know like what's going on here, and we're a little confused. I mean, if we don't understand, then we're not going to make a deal with you. And then how are you going to swindle us out of your ordeal and make us miserable? Well, not swindle us out of our deal, but exploit our deal that we didn't see repercussions of, and make us miserable.
She sort of twists her head to one side and just waves a hand, just a very small action, until a seat appears, just one of the rickety style stools that you see scattered around. It appears just behind her, and she sits leaning heavily on her staff. You have a point. Not sure what it is, but you have one.
That makes two of us.
Hildreth. Here you go, Hildreth.
I don't understand why we're still talking.
Because we just don't kill things like immediately without thinking. Oh, wait, never mind.
We know this.
Tell that votes now.
We know this is the one that's got to deal with the corrupt druids.
Maybe? Should probably ask about that.
What makes you think she's going to tell the truth?
I mean,
All of
they
our
tend to
evidence
tell that
takes
it's.
this direction.
I mean, I think they tend to tell the truth. They enjoy telling the truth, but just making it hurt.
Hildreth will roll his eyes at his action.
Okay. Typical. All right. So your new guest continues. I've overlooked the damage to my home, which was quite naughty of all of you. And she looks at each of you with a sort of a mock sternness. And I don't believe you don't have many fine things to trade me, because most of them are mine. And I'll overlook the death of my servants just this time. Just this once. I'm not above a bargain at this point.
What are we bargaining for?
What is it that you want?
Information, I guess.
We want a couple of things. Information first. Well, we want to know what's going on with the Circle of Druids and the transforming of people into animals and everything else that we've linked you to but don't know enough about.
And as far
Sort
as
of
what we'll
tilts her
give
head-
you
her
in
head
return
once
is we won't murder you.
And out comes this massive, like, tinkling of laughter that is about halfway through gets taken over by a much harsher sound as this creature just laughs till her shoulders shake.
You seem oddly okay with that.
Because she knows we won't get what we want. It's all part of the mind games.
Your friend is right. If you want information from me, you can't possibly harm me. Right?
Sure,
You still
Well-
haven't offered me anything.
Well,
Your
what
life.
What do you want? Yeah, other than your life.
I would like my things back.
Okay, which things are yours?
It took a long time. All of these things are mine. You have my pets, you have my trinkets, you have the treasures of this place. I worked very long and hard to get it just the way I liked it. And you come through and take it all. And you've murdered my guest.
Which, the goblin?
Snake.
That was your skulls. That wasn't us.
We didn't do that.
Yeah.
Technically.
I was going to free that goblin at some point.
Yeah.
You were going to steal my guest.
Well, you can't steal a guest. You can steal a prisoner or free a prisoner. I don't know. He's not property. That's pretty racist. That's even more racist than...
That's even more racist than Xylund is.
And my pig.
What,
I mean-
badger?
No, the pig that's following us around.
Oh, that one.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
yes,
ours now.
In front of
All right, I'm not speaking for her,
Taken
but
much
I
from-
think you can have that one back.
Yeah.
my tapestry.
No, I'm keeping that.
No, you could probably give that one back too.
Jesus, like, we're not murdering her. That's enough.
We're sounding like the bad guys here, Xylund.
I think we might be the
I
bad guys.
have a deal I'm willing to make with you, Hag.
Although we did see you ripping out some
Let's-
guy's heart outside, so
Yeah, so that part's kind of, messed up.
Let's let Hildreth take the floor here.
Yeah, she rubs her long hands together and looks directly at you, Hildreth.
An answer for an answer, and to spice the deal, I'll let you ask your question first.
But I have no question.
Certainly you have some question, such as, are we inclined to return what is rightfully yours, or what our plans are for you even once we get what we have, or other secrets I'm sure you can use for inscrutable means.
The only secrets you have are the ones you've stolen from me, and I don't care what it is that you do when you think you'll leave here.
In that case, I'll ask a question anyway.
you passed up on your opportunity. We already paid for it. We offered to.
Whether
No,
you
no,
get
you're
the answer
legally-
or not, I think I'll get what I need out of this as well as them. We've seen you meddle in the undead, capture innocent people, partake in their strange person-to-animal trade, keeping undead beholders and goblins in cages and horrific beasts to kill any who enter. If we return your things to you and leave, what assurance do we have you're not going to continue your reign of evil and need adventurers to come put you down anyway?
Exactly.
I mean, that's going to happen regardless of what we do.
Because if there's no assurance, I don't see any reason why we're still talking, and we shouldn't kill you and remove that head from your shoulders.
That's a good point. I'm going to
so the thing is
next action to attack.
She may not be in the middle of this whole druid circle thing. She just might know about it. And
Did you say
letting-
you're attacking?
Well then,
Yeah,
you
as
have
soon
your
as he...
chance to answer my question before I start.
oh, Xylund's attacking.
Okay, Xylund attack. Talking. Xylund lets his action go. Okay.
Hildreth made some good points.
All I'm saying is, like, hags are, like, kind of isolated. And if she knows about, like, the hags that are taking over the druid circle and she's not associated with them, is it better to let one hag live and, like, have, like,
But
that
you see,
go around?
I asked her if she was going to keep doing any of this evil shit, and Xylund stabbed her in the face before we could get an answer, so it's kind of a moot point.
Yeah.
I mean, the point you made, though, is that someone's going to have to come along and sort her out eventually anyway. Like, she's a fucking hag.
I think more than that, we can tell she's associated with it because she has
Yeah.
that.
A philosophical discussion happens as Xylund misses.
He whiffs because you know, are we really doing this? He pulls his punch at the last minute, but the second one connects.
Yeah.
So
I will add a second level Divine Smite. That was second level? That's bullshit. Oh wait, I get to
How much is
reroll
that?
one of my d6 for my
Level 2 is hope.
No,
Okay.
it should be
7, 10, 14.
yeah.
So 14
Yeah.
total.
I'm sorry, did you do less than 50
okay.
damage in one turn?
Yeah, that was pretty bad. That was a second level spell slot too.
alrighty. So Xylund let his action go, and we will start the top of the initiative again. Which means Hag goes first.
Yes, she.
Oh, good.
Oh good. Oh good.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy!
First things first, I need Lana and Xylund. She turns into a vapor and she starts to spin. I will give you a chance to hit her before she's totally incorporeal.
Yay.
Lana and Davynn. And you already used your actions, Xylund.
Cool. I'm not actually next to her, so I guess it's this.
Whitfeld.
Okay. All right. Spirit Guards isn't a save, correct? It's just
It is.
Damn it.
It is. I'm just not sure why it's not showing that.
okay. Oh, that's a shit roll anyway. So yeah, she'll take that. 16. Okay. All right. There we go. Much better. Okay. That seems to connect. I mean, you guys are certainly close enough. Both of those hit. And you can see the effect. Like you see the gray skin cut as she spins slightly incorporeal for a second into that whirlwind form that you saw before. So Davynn, Lana, and Xylund, please make a dex save for me.
You don't get my bonus, unfortunately. Oh, crap.
You
We all
guys.
needed it.
You guys.
The highest we rolled was a 5.
It's fine.
You guys, why?
Because we're good at this.
Don't feel bad. You're on the safe side.
No, but I'm
Alright.
gonna have to spend my turns healing them up instead of dealing damage.
Oh.
Didn't play a cleric to heal people.
That,
Goddammit.
So as she becomes this more gaseous form again, as you saw her, she was rising from the font, similar form. The water droplets that remained from her slightly damp clothes harden into minor icicles. And as she spins, they shoot out in a 360-degree range of particulate, hitting each of you in apparently very vulnerable areas and doing 18 points of piercing damage.
Ow.
Now,
And when she re-emerges, she dissipates, and then when she forms again, she's back towards the snow wall, within with her long arms, especially within touching distance of the pack snow. And we will also do. Yeah, we'll definitely do that. Once again, I'm manning too many books at the same time. Going to do. Wrong button. Xylund, can you please make a wisdom saving throw for me?
Try.
Look at you go. That's a 15. That's good. That's
Yeah.
very good.
That's not good. You are now held. You are paralyzed.
Held in the arms of a comforting mother.
You are held in place, and bits of frost have begun to form around the place where your boots meet the stone.
Can I still speak?
Yeah, you can't move, but you can.
Biter! Smiter! Get her!
Who are those? Are you telling us to do something?
I'm talking to my dogs.
Your dogs. You want your dogs to attack?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay. All right. Did you get massive stats?
I can't
That's
upload
a
them to the
no.
game or
Okay.
anything. That would be on you.
Excuse
create,
me.
like,
That would be
character
on me.
sheets.
Excuse me.
Or just,
I'll make them character sheets.
and then you can fill them in if you.
I've got them here in the
I
player's
mean-
handbook.
Don't.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a
I've got 'em.
mastiff in the little compendium.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
there
you
is.
gotta make a token stuff for it.
Oh.
I will make mastiff tokens. I just didn't do it because I forgot. Okay. Roll for your mastiffs then.
Let's see. Bite. Okay. Well, that's not very good. So that's 6 for 1. 20. That's a critical
Ooh.
for the other one.
Nice.
Which one was that?
That was
Quinset
Smiter.
or Quinset?
Smiter. So 2d6 plus 2 piercing damage. So 11 piercing damage. Oh, and if the target is a creature, it must succeed on a DC 11 strength saving throw or be knocked prone.
Okay. Not prone, but that 20 obviously hits. I will take that damage. That's 9. Ouch. Okay. All right.
Well,
All right.
plus 2.
All right.
It's 11
Plus 2.
actually.
11. Okay. Got it. All right. Okay. I gave you ducks.
Thanks.
Doggos. Oh, bark, bark. Open up the door for real.
Okay, I'm trying to give you control eventually work. It's just Roll20 hates me. Okay. So your doggos went. It is Lana's turn.
Alrighty. I'm a frontliner. This is where I should.
Basically.
Yeah. I got nothing. We're gonna do that.
You gotta
And we're gonna roll
try to.
I'm gonna try to mock the hag. And we're gonna roll spirit guide.
Mock the hag.
Yes.
Do you want to put an aura up around you so we could?
I did put an aura up. I'm not sure why you guys can't see it.
I can see it. Yeah, I'm not sure. It might just be Roll20. I'm having a hard time getting it to populate my stuff.
Yeah, it's like there's a lot more server traffic on here for some reason.
Wonder why that could be.
Yeah.
The weather's so nice out.
No.
Everyone should be outside with their families and friends and big gatherings.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
In fact, I think we should organize a protest because of that.
No.
Yeah. This one's got it. Let's go protest.
Okay, there.
No, you should say
yes,
something.
yes.
At least we can save our siblings or whatever. It's like really
Oh. Okay, yeah, that's actually she took all of that. So that's not awesome. Shit. Okay. Very disappointed in you. Davynn.
Davynn is also a frontliner, just like those dogs. So he's going to join the dogs in beating up the hag.
You guys just keep moving away from me.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's all
18
right.
hit points is not that much, all things considered.
It'll be fine.
So, short sword. That's a probably no, but I have a second attack.
That's a dead hit.
Okay.
His second attack made me cry. That's a truth.
All right, that's 9 piercing, plus I'm going to add on my Monster Slayer for an extra 16 damage. Assuming that this is, in fact, Fae.
Or a fiend, or an undead, or an aberration.
Pretty sure hags fall under one of those.
Incorrect.
Okay, never mind.
So you gotta roll the dice.
Okay, extra 13 damage.
That's
So 22 in total, and I will bonus action for second wind. And that should be my turn.
Righty.
one d10 plus 7.
That's the second wind.
Yes, it's a good second wind. Alright, we'll hold the second for him.
What? Shit's about to get real, guys.
You guys are doing very well. Alright, buddy, it's your turn.
Oh, I thought that you were waiting to like drop more enemies in. I was like, oh god.
No, I was waiting for Sin to come back.
Oh, it's my turn again?
Yeah, it's your turn. And I give you control of your dog.
Oh, nice. So can I make a wisdom saving throw or something to break free of this old person, or how does that work? Is it
Yes,
a
you
wisdom
make
saving throw, or?
Yes.
Well, I'm more
I
paralyzed.
don't think that's gonna work, buddy.
It's not, unfortunately,
My
not quite
heart
high
stopped.
enough as the frost. Frost creeps higher up your feet.
Okay, so I'll just bite them with my dogs. So that's
16.
yeah, 16 and 13.
Neither of those will make it.
Okay.
A for effort, though.
Yep.
Kern, you're going.
Alright. I'm going to walk up 10 feet, so I think that I'm within 30 feet of everybody now. 20 feet. 30 feet. There we go. Alright. And since she likes to fuck with our minds, I am going to release Beacon of Hope.
Aww.
Yay!
So everybody has advantage on wisdom saving throws and death saving throws and regains the maximum number of hit points as long as I'm concentrating on this.
Huzzah.
And then I move out of targeting sight of that. So she can't see me, and I'm waiting for the backup to come. All right.
Waiting for the backup to come.
Yes. All right.
All
And
right.
that was an action. I don't have anything that can do a bonus action.
Okay. All right. Ouch. He'll. Twinki.
Twinkie?
Twinkie. We hardly knew
Sorry, I
you.
thought we were all just thinking around with the measuring devices. I was having fun with
No.
Yeah,
no,
I was like,
we are.
I was waiting for you to go.
it's like playing around. Like, this is fun, yeah. Oh, all right.
Making a little laser light show.
All right, Hildreth is going to. I should know this. I was just playing with the measuring thing. He's gonna pull a Kern and hide back there. But because he's not running, he is going to have his trusty familiar. Oh, actually, no, that doesn't make sense. I'd have to shoot, move, and I can't do that. I'll play it safe. I'll do this and have the familiar launch a magic spell because my familiar is good like that.
A good boy. Familiar.
Yeah, good boy. It's got. Oh. You know what? No, I'm not going to do that. My familiar's got healing spells. We're probably going to need those. So,
yeah.
You know, if I'm not going to take any action, I'm going to do a full sprint, which would have been like right behind Kern. All right. That's where Hildreth is hiding this turn. That's it. I really hope you guys aren't waiting on me to do anything else at this point, because I'm all done.
I
No,
think
you're
you're
just planning
figuring
her
it.
demise.
Yeah.
Am I not talking?
No, you weren't
No,
talking.
you were not.
just now.
Oh. Okay. Sorry, I was talking. I need Davynn, Lana, the dogs, and Xylund to make dexterity saving throws. Actually, Xylund, you automatically fail yours because you're paralyzed.
Wow.
But everyone else, please make me a dexterity saving throw.
Everybody?
I'm trying. Roll 20's being very slow.
It is
Not
just...
not Kern and not Xylund. Or sorry, not Kern, not Hildreth. And Xylund doesn't have to for himself, but for her.
Because he automatically fails.
Oh, well, one of my
automatically
dogs
fail.
did not do well. The other one got a 20.
Okay.
Spider's okay, Smiter's
You
not.
choose. Okay. All right. So our hag friend begins to summon ice from the wall behind her and plunks it down into the center of this clump here, about 10 foot away from the font, as it slowly spreads and encompasses all of this into a whiteout of hail and ice and snow, swirling around and striking each of you, other than the two that are hiding behind the pillar. So
That looks like a familiar spell.
Lana, you're good. Davynn, you are not. And
Yay.
then whichever dog is your favorite dog.
I don't have
But
favorites. I love them both equally. But Biter is the one who's
Okay.
okay.
Okay. Biter.
It's you, Biter, by a lot.
Okay, so it's gonna be ouch. Ouch again.
Good sign.
16 bludgeoning damage and and 13 cold for those who failed, and half damage for those who succeeded.
Ah, my face.
I think you just killed my dogs. Shit, you killed my dogs.
killed
Both of them. Both of my dogs. I just summoned those dogs.
The ladder is the most
Yeah.
useful thing you pulled out of that rope.
It is. It really is.
And now Xylund has even more reason to kill the hag.
I mean,
Okay. That is, yeah, that's it. That's, oh, wait, hang on.
Oh, good. There's
Okay.
more.
There's more. No, that's fine. Nope, I'm good. Lana.
Is that who's drawing the blood? Who's the tasteless hack who's drawing blood around my dogs?
It's the hag.
is that you, son?
No. Someone's.
It's the hag. She's doing it to spite you.
Finally, some good freaking saves out of the hag. Okay. All right, got it. They will be missed. I know it is sad. And then you move behind him. Good call. Good
Why are
call.
you behind him?
Should I be
She's gotta
in front
keep-
of him?
You
She's
should be
got to keep
farther
spirit
back.
gardens up.
Yeah,
She's got
farther
spirit
back.
guardians.
Yeah, spirit
Oh.
guardians, I guess.
Do you want to try to help Xylund to break free?
Of what? Slapping him?
No, like in a
Yeah.
situation.
Fine. Here you go, Xylund.
Forget about me. Tend to my dogs.
They're fucked.
It's too late
We
for
still
them.
got pearls, don't we?
Your
Or
dog
diamonds,
took
don't we?
some massive damage.
Ow.
Oh, okay. Davynn, it's your go.
Hiya!
Kill.
But twice.
Ooh,
Very
that last-
Alright, that last one's getting some superiority dice tacked onto it.
I was gonna say, I didn't think you'd let that one slide.
Okay, so
Oh,
7
holy-
piercing, 9 piercing, on top of that 16, so 38 piercing. And I will use some sorcery points.
Okay.
Oh, that's the end of that?
That's the end of that. Yeah, that much damage is enough to basically split her in two.
Oh, sweet. Okay, I expected this to take more.
No.
Oh, we killed her already?
Extenuating circumstances. Yep.
Nice.
And when I say you split her in two, I mean you literally split her in two. You're bringing your short sword into her gullet and piercing it through the other side, doing some serious damage to this creature. It comes to your attention that there's no blood on the end of your sword.
Oh, god damn it.
I want to say that Davynn was charging up a quickened booming blade, so he's got his sword drawn back, and then he pulls back and is like, "What? Huh? Was she fake?"
Am I still held?
No, you are not held. As soon
Okay.
as Davynn ran her through, you are. So we return from break, picking up where we left off. at the cleaving of our hag. Quotation marks. And yes, you're all free to. I'll even get rid of the turn order here to make you all feel more comfortable.
It doesn't
There
make
you
us
go.
feel more comfortable here.
No
We
fade.
haven't felt comfortable in our lives.
Comfort is a lie.
So we've got some dead dogs and a dead hag and a room full of
Now we don't know anything about the Hag Circle.
So that was not the real hag.
Do you wish to
And-
invest?
Yes.
It might have been the real hag.
Mhm. I mean, I'll investigate the body and see if it's like, I don't know, filled with spiders or something terrible.
Filled with spiders.
I wouldn't put it past a hag.
Sure. Yeah, the body is on the outside looks fine. There are some odd bits to it. It'll be giant, very similar to the gladiatorial pit dolls. It good job, Silent. They remind you very much, or it reminds you very much of the gladiatorial pit dolls. Full sized, but stuffed version of humanity. The hair has been stitched into the skull. The skin itself is more leather than anything. Finely done. Amazing work. Indistinguishable from a person from the outside. But on the inside, whatever creature was used as its basis, there's only bits and pieces of it. Upon fighter inspection, you can see the stitching in various places around the jaw and the hairline, shoulder, where disparate parts have been brought together. There are some humanoid internal organs, like the heart and lungs, but they don't seem to connect entirely. Seem to be free floating in bald canvas and cotton and sawdust. The tongue is also not seated properly inside its skull. Its eyes are real, but not its own.
Interesting.
I wonder. Maybe these are just like puppets for the real hags?
That would make sense, but also that like ice blast felt very real.
I mean,
So-
I'm not saying that like they can't cast through them or like can't inhabit them, but
Is it all right if I keep the heart?
I guess.
Thank you. Hildreth will take the
Maybe
heart out
that's-
and wrap it up and pack it away.
maybe that's why you weren't nearly as effective, Davynn. Maybe this is just like a construct of some sort.
Possibly.
There are no real hags. Maybe there's just fake hags and some dick in the background.
Or maybe those two glass Snow White things with
Oh, maybe.
dead hags in there are the real hags, and we gotta
Yeah.
and they can just take over other marionettes that they have around this place.
I think they're the two girls who we've been reading and seeing stories about. And I think they're controlling everything with their fucking minds.
Yeah.
I guess that would make sense. Kinda.
So let's go relieve them of their minds.
Well, let's try to get information out of them, because we want to know what's going on with the Druid Circle, right?
We do.
Ideally.
Yeah, and if we kill them, then
We
Then
have
we
to
don't
kill them
know.
anyway. We just need to get information from them first.
I mean, if they're a part of it,
Yeah,
then
that-
yeah,
They
but
need
like,
to die no matter what.
Kind of with Hildreth there. I think we've got enough evidence suggesting that they're up to no good.
I'm not saying no.
Then it's settled. We get information, slay them, harvest their organs, and be on our way.
That last part seems not
Oddly specific.
like what we
Be on our way.
decided, but
Do you not want to leave here? I can't wait to get out of this place.
Nope. The second to last thing.
Oh, that's...
yeah, the harvesting organs part seems a little bit
Yeah,
unexpected.
I'll take care of that part. Don't worry about it.
All right, cool. Glad to know we can rely on you.
That's not what we were worried about. Oh god, Hildreth. Alright. Guess we'll go up to the glass cases.
Okay. Head out to the snow white coffins with the ladies in them.
I guess we'll go up and be like, hey, so I think we'd
Can we
like to
open them?
talk.
Well, can we open the coffins first?
I mean, I don't know if
You can do a perception check. There doesn't seem to be a mechanism to open them at a glance. They appear to be solid.
Perception or investigation?
Either investigation would be fine if you want to take a closer look.
+1, but it doesn't really matter probably.
Yeah, it looks singes that you can see. No obvious ones anyway. Looks like somebody might have just put the glass on top and then sealed it.
yeah. I guess we'll keep talking to it.
Okay.
Be like, if you guys can hear us, let us know.
Oh, I can hear you. I'm just.
No, this is the hag. The hag. We're talking
Oh.
to the hag.
I was like,
You're not-
is
You're
there's a
not
lot of
hearing
silence
that.
going
Lily,
on?
is that you? Lily?
Bing.
Lily's trapped.
Lana, I heard your sister. Lana, your sister is this old person.
Lana's usual response when she doesn't know what to do. Yeah, if the figures can hear or respond, they're choosing not to.
All right.
Jerks.
Should we break it?
Yes.
All right.
Let's do it.
Stand back. I got something that actually works well against like or inorganic material. Oh, that's not a lot. That's pitiful amounts of damage. But whatever.
It's not bad though. I mean, it's just glass, and it does shatter. It's also incredibly loud. This is not a very big area.
Yeah. I just chose that because it
you're
said
all
specifically like inorganic components like that are
Yes,
to it.
yes, it will absolutely shatter the glass with no problem. It's just incredibly loud as it echoes down the hall on both sides. You're all a little deaf now, but the glass does shatter on both sides, and you can hear the bones rattling against the stone walls all up and down the rest of the corridor. But the bodies are exposed now. And for the most part untouched.
Hello?
I will
We
poke
should
one
take
of
their
them.
organs now while they're asleep.
I'm just gonna poke one.
like
Okay.
delicately on the face.
With your sword or with your hand?
With my hand?
Okay. So you go to gently poke one in the cheek, and the skin of the corpse is extremely thin. It does not take much pressure at all to rupture it, and it just kind of, your fingertip just kind of goes right through the cheek.
Ew!
And into the side of the mouth.
I'm gonna run back to the fountain and try to rinse off my hand and realize there's dead dog in the fountain and then just pout.
And a snail. Yeah, the font is is swirling in red and green as frozen bits of snail and dead dog and blood and mucus are all sort of swirling. Yeah, you guys have befouled this font forever.
Oh, I'm sorry for defouling the hag font. The pristine goddamn hag font.
Your face is a pristine.
That sounds like an episode title to me. Defouling the Hag Font.
All right, so Davynn went to wash his finger off. What are the rest of you doing?
I can try speaking with them.
Yeah.
Can you speak to the dead?
Yes.
Okay, do that. That sounds like a good idea. What about you, Hildreth? Can you speak to the dead?
Hildreth will just give a sidelong glance at Xylund.
Hildreth can't speak to the dead. You win, Kern.
Okay. Let me double check the stuff. Uh, 5 questions. What new in life? All right. Oh, it can't be undead. Are these things undead?
Slightly undead.
Well, then I don't think I can.
Well,
You
slightly
don't-
not undead.
Yeah, they're definitely corpses. There was enough of a necromancy vibe to set off divine sense, but they are not technically undead.
All right. We got 5 questions. What do we want to ask them? So I sit down, crack my knuckles, crack my neck.
What is your favorite color?
No, who are you? Who are you?
Who are you? What is this place? What is your relation to hags?
What
Do
is
you know
best in life?
Do we really need to know where we are, what this place is?
Yeah, it's a haggler. I think we
Yeah,
got that one.
true. Yeah. And we don't need to know what's best in life because it's to kill your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentations of their lemons. Right?
Yes, I think so.
Yes. All right. So, who are you? Who are the hags in the druid circle?
I think phrasing it as "what is your relation to hags" was probably good.
I mean, that works too, I guess.
Yeah. All right. So, who
Um,
are you? What is your relation to hags?
Some of our questions might be dependent on how they answered. Like, we don't have to come up with them all at once, do we?
Yeah, but
Probably
I
not.
kind of want to at least have an attack plan going in. Because they can, it's not like they're going to just give me information. I have to ask specific questions. So what do we want to know? Talking to these people.
What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, that's honestly the summary of it.
All right. What are the hags' plans?
Yes.
That would
Okay.
be good.
All right. And then we can go from there. All right. Spell slot expended.
Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Who are you are to?
What?
Which corpse? There are two.
Oh. Do they
There's one
look
that had gray hair and one that had blonde hair.
gray hair and what?
Blonde.
Do we remember?
Color hair did the girl in the pool have?
Yeah.
Red.
Red.
Oh, well, gray then maybe.
Yeah.
That's, I guess, the closest.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll go gray haired.
Okay. Spell slot expended. You speak the words over the gray-haired corpse, who revives, and mouth starts to move. Although there seems to be only a stub of a tongue inside.
Gross.
Oh wait, maybe I should have artificed some kind of mechanical tongue for her before we start.
It's probably fine.
There's a tongue in the
What?
facsimile we killed. We can just swap them around.
Ah,
It works on skeletons. We're fine.
Kern almost stumbles casting the spell as they're saying this.
Kern, can you give it some tongue?
No! Stop. Stop. I gotta concentrate on this.
I was in character laughter. Xylund finds that really funny.
Davynn doesn't understand why this is funny.
All right, Kern.
All right. Hi. Who are you?
Fana and Rua.
Fauna and Rua. Oh, there we go. I was going to throw in a W in there just for good measure. What is your relation to the hags here?
What is your quest?
What
What is your
is the
favorite
unladen
color?
airspeed velocity?
Second answer. Sisters and toys.
I almost say toys as a question, but I don't. Is it
Ask about the toys part. Ask about the toys part. Ask about the toys part.
Don't ask. It's obvious what they mean.
sisters and toys? I guess. What is the hag's plans? What are the hags?
Children.
Of course, of course. Welcome.
Children?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, they
Fucking
want to
recruitment.
start a family?
Yeah, it's a recruitment thing.
Oh, they want to start an orphanage?
This
Wait.
is why I burnt out.
An orphanage
No.
of misery and pain, probably yes.
Okay,
We
they
could
want
ask-
to make orphans. That's what. Okay, cool.
Nope. That's nope. They want to kidnap kids and turn them into hags.
Or eat
Yeah.
them. I think that's.
I
also a
mean,
thing.
those are not mutually exclusive.
Ooh.
Do they eat each other?
They eat the babies and then give birth to doppelganger babies that look and act like the people that they ate until they turn 13, and they're like, surprise, I was a hag all along. Ha 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 ha.
Again, how the fuck do you know so much about hags? This is really-
I don't even know that much. That's kind of impressive.
I'm sorry.
It's
It-
concerning,
I
is what it
can't-
is.
I can't help but fucking bleed over.
We could ask them how many hags there are and where they are.
That works. Let's do that.
Yeah. Let's try to combine that into one question now.
Okay.
Where are each of the
What is-
hags?
Yeah,
What is
where are
the
each of the
quantity
hags?
and location of the hag?
That's 2 questions. Davynn's is just 1 though.
What was it?
Where are each of the hags?
Yes. Good one, Davin. That's why you have the higher intelligence stat.
Yeah, go 12.
Where are each of the hags?
At home.
God fucking damn it. Oh, now we can ask where are their homes?
It's just gonna say here,
Maybe we ask
if
about
it's
the
here, then we
animals.
know we
What
need
about
to fucking, like...
but then we don't know how many there are still. We just know
Why
that they're
don't we
here.
ask about the animals? Just be like, what's going on with the, or something along the lines of what's going on with the people transforming into animals.
Okay. We can still ask the other corpse. I mean, how many times can you cast this?
I can cast it again.
Okay.
I just have no 3rd level spells after this.
Oh.
That will be fine.
Oh my gosh, Kern.
Yeah. So, should I ask, what is their plan with the animals? With the animals, the humans that have been turned into animals?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay.
That sounds good to me.
What are their plans for the humans that have been transformed into animals?
I have no plan.
I have no plans?
What, you're a hag?
What is this?
Maybe they were hags.
Okay, so these are hags.
I mean, sisters.
I guess.
What was the exact wording of the question?
The exact wording was, what are their plans with...
Oh,
Which I guess...
Did you not say hags in the question?
No, I guess he didn't.
Damn it. It was implied, though. It was implied, you stupid corpse.
All right.
Silence starts shaking the corpse. Intimidate! Zone truth! God damn it! Where's the bomb?
Swear to me.
You're right, that is 5 questions.
That is 5 questions. All right. Other corpse.
I want you to know you are worth more to us than just utility casting, Kern.
I know.
You're also worth healing.
Yeah.
I know.
So what are we going to ask? Like, because that one gave us nothing. So
I mean, we know.
are you a hag? We should be 1 right off the bat, I think.
Yeah, I'm in favor of that. Or were you a hag? Might be better.
Yes.
Were you or currently are you a hag?
That's the 2 questions, though.
It could be 1 if the answer is just yes.
If our biggest problem is wondering if the hags that did this to them are related to the ones involving the Druid Circle, why don't we ask them exactly that? If the hags that did this to them are also involved with the shenanigans in the Druid Circle,
What if they are the hags that did this to them?
they can still answer yes.
Well, we won't know what they're answering yes to. We won't know what the
How about
yes
we
means.
just say, how about we ask, what are your plans with the Druid Circle here in McGrain?
But they might not have any plans.
Did she just
What
said
are
she
the
has
hag
no plans?
plans?
Yes, let's do that.
All right. 1 more spell slot to expend. Let's go.
Alright, spell slot expended. Talking to the other corpse now, who also becomes a little more lively. Mouth open, eyes open, missing an eye. Definitely missing her tongue. This is the one that has sections of her jaw missing as well.
Hello. What are the hag's plans for the druid circle near Mugraine?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah, I guess. Maybe ask, are they hags or were they hags? I am curious about that part.
It doesn't
Yeah.
matter if they were hags.
All
It
right.
helps piece together the puzzle of what happened here.
Well, I mean, Hildreth has a point because if they were
How
hags,
about
but
we
they're-
ask, where is the home of your sister that is not currently sitting right over there? And I point to the other dead corpse. How about that one?
We don't know if they're sisters, though. Do we?
The first
They're
question we
sisters
asked
with the
was,
hags. She said
Yeah.
they're sisters of the hags. She didn't say that she was sisters with the other corpse.
yeah. So that second clarification means nothing if they aren't sisters. But if they are
Okay.
sisters, then then she just can't say sitting across from you.
Right. Okay.
What did I say?
I don't remember.
All right, where is the location of your sister hag?
That's not the one.
That's not the one that's sitting right over there.
Right.
Yes, that is what I say.
Sister hag or hags.
Sister hags. Yes,
Yes.
where is the location? But she's just gonna say fucking at home.
Oh yeah, that's true. We asked this question. Ask them if they're hags.
I mean,
Yes.
I feel like that really doesn't matter right now.
Just ask them if they're hags. I'm curious.
Okay, fine. The second question: Are you two hags along with your sister? That isn't over here.
We were.
Where?
Oh, so we got 2 answers for the price of 1.
Yeah.
Ask if there are new sisters that replaced them or something.
I assume that's the case. They said that the purpose of like the animal trading or what their plans were is to get more children.
How about how many hags? How many living hags are hags are alive, aren't they, Mr. Hag expert?
Yeah.
Okay, how many living hags are there?
So that's question 3.
That would be my question 3.
All right. How many living hags are in the area from here to Mugraine? Right? Does that sound good?
Or we could just say how many living hags are there in this coven? Or but they
That you know of. Yeah, let's just ask that. I think
Okay.
that'll get us
Works for
more.
me.
Okay. So, question is,
How many living hags are there between here and Mugraine that you know of?
well, what if they're on the other side of this hag lair though? Like just not on the side between here and Mugraine?
In this general area between here and Mugraine.
Why not just part of the coven? Because then they could be anywhere.
Well,
But they're
then
all gonna
the
be
answer's
involved.
just going to be 3, and there might be more than that.
Why would there be answer be 3, and why might there be more than that?
I mean,
Why not just ask one of them? And if they're unhelpful, then we'll move on and probably find the hags.
This sounds like a great idea.
how about how many sisters do you have that are currently living?
That works. Let's do
Okay.
that.
All right, we do that.
how many sisters are currently living?
How many
That's the
sisters do
question.
you have that are currently living? Yes.
I don't know.
God damn it. You don't know much, do you?
So that means there's more than one. Probably. Which is, I feel, the best answer that we could have gotten.
Okay. I don't know how helpful the rest of this is going to be. We might just want to keep on going.
I'm in favor.
Can we stick it
How
in
about we
the
ask
last question?
where the homes of the hags are?
Let's do that. Just to make sure that we're talking about the same place.
Where are the homes of the hags? Specifically.
I don't know.
In longitude and latitude.
Did she say no? Oh, okay.
Okay, another I don't know. Great. Do we have one more? Can I be passive aggressive?
I
We
mean,
got one question left. Yeah.
is it if it's funny?
What do you know, you useless dead body?
It's just going to be a lot of things. That's just going to be the answer.
What if we ask it to tell us everything it knows about the hags?
It's not a question.
That's a question. Can you tell
Yeah,
us
it is.
everything there is to know about the hags?
The
That's
answer would
No.
be no. Or yes. It could be yes. Or it could be
Yes,
no.
Something like that. Oh, who knows? Just, I don't know, something basic. Let's just wrap it up. They're being unhelpful and dead.
Is your sister currently in this building? Not the dead one over there.
I don't.
God damn it.
Oh, see. Oh, did he already leave?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Can you ask the could you cast the spell again on these
Nope.
corpses, or
Oh,
No,
not for another
we're
10 days.
going. We
Alright,
are
so-
going.
whip out my knife and start sawing their heads off?
This isn't the first campaign that this has happened.
We're moving on now.
So you're taking-
I'm going
Okay,
to
I'll
go to the
catch up.
south
Taking
again.
hags.
I'm leaving with Davynn. Bye, everybody.
I'm cutting their heads off and
Okay,
dumping them in the pool.
bye.
I'm befouling the hag font.
Oh, you put him in the
Oh,
pool.
I thought you were just gonna take him around so we could ask him questions later.
No, I'm just making sure that they don't get up to any more shenanigans. I'm dumping their heads in the pool,
Okay. Cutting off heads, dumping them in the pool.
and then I'll catch
Alright.
up with the others.
Well,
Okay.
That's gross.
So these things said they used to be hags, right?
Yeah, they said they used to be hags, so this is okay.
Not good enough.
Well, if you want to, have a go at their torsos, I'm not going to stop you.
God damn it.
You did say you
Are
wanted
you
to harvest hag parts.
If they're only ex-hags, that doesn't do me any good.
Oh.
All right. Well, I guess we just burn this place to the ground.
That sounds like a good plan.
Yeah. Let's
Well-
do that.
Hang on. Have we examined this wall of snow down here? Like, how impenetrable is it?
We can.
It's
probably
pretty hard
manageable.
packed. Yeah, it would take some time. It's still just snow, but it is very tightly packed in there.
Does anyone have like a shovel?
Or
I have
like
an idea.
Somebody
shape
had a
water or
fireball?
something. I have a pot.
I might have a shovel.
I have
Oh,
heat
I
metal.
have
a
control
shovel.
water. Always
Oh,
prepared.
that'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always prepared in my domain. So, yeah, I can do this.
Nice.
This freestanding water.
Yeah.
Snow's water.
Nah.
Snow is frozen.
See, it's frozen water.
Unfortunately, snow is not freestanding.
Yeah, it isn't. You're right.
Who has a
I'll
shovel?
I'll just take my pot and do some digging.
Don't have
Okay,
a shovel patch.
Davynn.
Wait, I have a shovel.
I will
I have
heat
an actual
metal the
shovel.
shovel.
Okay, let's do this.
I could use the hag defiled water as like a mining tool sort of thing.
No.
Too late. I'm
We're doing
using
it
a
this way.
superheated shovel.
Superheated shovel. Okay, that sounds pretty cool.
How is it superheated?
That's me.
Oh, okay. You doing heat metal?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that'll work. So we're gonna do some heat metal it's for a superheated shovel to start to chop away at this wall of packed snow. It's gonna, even with heated shovel, it's gonna take some time. You're able to get through the first probably 3 or 4 feet fairly quickly. The heat melting the snow around it, causing it to fall into slush at your feet. But this wall does keep going. It's going to take a little bit of time. It seems to be forming about roughly the same size dimensions as the hallway that you took to get here. So again, about 2 abreast, about 8 foot tall. It's taken a minute.
Yuri?
Yes.
Oh, good. My microphone is still on. While they're carving away at the snow wall, I'd like to go check out the bodies in the that Xylund has removed the heads from, and
Yeah.
I would like to animate my shadow and have the shadow poke around inside their bodies just to kind of autopsy them, see what there is in there.
Oh
Okay.
boy.
All right.
Oh, what?
Autopsy is
works.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, shadow autopsy. What?
Shadow autopsy.
All
For when I
right.
don't want to get my hands dirty.
That makes sense. So you dig around in the bodies while they're digging around in the snow. And yeah, these bodies have been taken apart very, very clearly once you start really getting into it. You can go ahead and roll an investigation just to kind of cover your findings. Okay. So yeah, looking through, having your shadow do the actual work, these bodies have been dismembered at one point and then put back together in pieces. There are parts that are absolutely totally missing, internal organs, strips of muscle, bones that have been completely removed. Somebody with a lot of skill and time did this and then stitched them back together again. There's some indication that the bodies might have been used in a ritual of some sort, given the bits of skin both on the underside, as in the interior, and the exterior, marked either with tattooing or with indelible inks just written in as opposed to punctured in on the inside, with various arcane symbols. It looks very much like somebody was trying to create an advanced form of undead, given the amount of ritualization that went into the markings on the bodies. But in the end, it appears to have been a failure. The bodies don't seem to have necrotized at any point and have decomposed normally, basically, even with their parts missing.
Well, we learned.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of
They
getting the vibe that
I was gonna say they are hags. They are no longer human. Like, they would not pass for human any longer.
I'll still pocket some free floating organs like an eyeball or a tongue. Well, can't do those. The heads are
Oh
in the
yeah,
pool.
yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know, maybe
Oh,
like
yeah.
a finger and a bit of bone.
Plenty of that.
One
There's
from
still
each.
bones, still toenails, still fingernails. All that's still there.
I'll take a finger from one and a toe from the other.
There you go. All right. Okay, so you guys are digging through snow. Hildreth's done his autopsy. Is there anything else you guys like to do while Alana and Davynn are trying to make way through the blockade?
I will go and investigate the room to see if there's anything cool.
Okay. You can certainly roll an event.
Investigation. The cool stuff. And there we go.
That's good for you, yeah. So you start sort of digging around. There are some random books on the table. Nothing. Yeah, clearly, nothing that immediately sets your hack senses off. The table is cluttered with kind of in the same way that the lab was, where you found the dragonfly. There are some tools. Most of them have seen some use, but they're not very well kept or organized. Most of them seem to be taxidermy tools, as you would imagine, plus general, plates and forks. Not clean though. This isn't the kitchen where everything's been put away and kept clean. This is stuff that has recently been used to eat and then just stacked off to one side. There seems to be bits of glass everywhere, but no indication where it came from. There's nothing glass on the table, or for that matter in the room, that you can see, but the top of the table is covered in small shards of glass. There are a few laboratory type things. There's an alembic set off to one side with a substance in it. It's kind of a yellowy gray color, and it fills up most of the alembic. Other than that, the table is scattered with feathers and pig ears and bits of leather.
I'm gonna take the yellowy gray liquid and just put it in the bag. So that
Okay.
we can.
You're picking up the alembic
go-
itself?
Sure.
Okay. You pick it up.
Yellowy gray hag liquid.
Roll an initiative.
God damn it. No.
Oh boy. Is that just him or is that everybody?
That's just him. It's a handheld alembic. Oh, Kurt.
Bring it. Bring it on.
How can someone who's so aware of his surroundings be so bad at seizing the initiative? It's like you're paralyzed by fright every time you hear something.
I know.
He spends too long looking at the fight, being like, is now my moment?
Well, the armor doesn't help, unfortunately. So yes, as you reach down and pick up this alembic, the sludge inside starts to shift and move, and a bit of it reaches out, forming the very rough shape of almost a hand and arm, and attempts to wrap around your wrist. What is your AC?
21 or well 19 because I don't have a shield up.
All right. It's kind of attaches a little bit. It grabs hold. It's not painful in any way, but it does begin to blob out and wrap around your wrist and slowly pull itself up out of its alembic and up your arm. And
All
it's
right.
your turn.
I start screaming bloody fucking murder and just go and shove that hand in the ice cold water.
Ice cold, bloody, hag-stained water.
This poor fawn. Okay.
It's encountering the only source of clean water.
I mean, the last thing that we saw, it appeared to take damage.
Well, yeah. Like, so you plunge your hand with this ooze now wrapped around you, and it clings tighter to you. It spasms as if it is reacting to the cold. It does not let go. It just wraps tighter to you, and it's trying to get in between your armor and your skin. It's trying to get underneath your armor, wheel its way down there as best it can, slowly though.
I am. Does it have a grapple on me?
Basically, yes. It has your hand.
All right. In that case, it doesn't come off that way. I will. I do have this prepped. Yes. Haha. Attempt to magically escape it.
A 4th level spell to get away from a slime.
I am not taking chances with this shit.
That's fair.
I was gonna say, Xylund, you can jump in anytime you want, buddy.
I'm not sure. I don't really have anything. I got my sword, but I'm like,
I know. I know, that was the mental image I had.
I am not taking chances with this thing.
Okay, let's see. Spend 5 feet of movement, automatically escape from the mental restraint or creature that has a grapple. Okay. So you try and run, pull yourself away from this little slime, and you do get your hand out of it. Like you do manage to separate from it, and it drops to the font where half of it is still in the cold water and half of it is clinging to the stone, as it moves forward in your general direction, very slowly, of course, and Draggy was immersed in the water behind it. That's gone a very sickly gray color, darker than the rest of it, and it is sort of dragging it behind it rather than using it to propel itself. But it is moving in your direction.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking book it.
Davynn looks back at his superheated shovel and is like, "What's going on?"
we could use that heated shovel to smack the shit out of some crawling goo here.
Say no more. I come over to smack the shit out of crawling goo.
I feel like if the hag is watching us, this is like payment enough for us destroying one of our doppelganger bodies. Just seeing this happen.
All right, roll shovel attack. There, Davynn.
Oh, that's an improvised weapon, isn't it?
Yeah, that surely is. I don't think you're trained in shovel.
Okay, I think that's right.
Well, that you don't have proficiency in shovels, right?
Oh, yes. Okay, so that's a 9.
That's a 9. I will actually hit. So you smack down on this jelly, and it begins to
boil.
Split. No, it splits. It is now 2 piles of slime. One of them is still that sickly gray color, and it's not moving so fast. The other has got it's all the same yellowy gray color, and it seems to be fine.
Does the heat metals seem to be doing anything here?
Yeah, like the side that came out of the pond they both sort of react to the heat, and that one's not doing so well. The new slime seems to be fine though.
I'm gonna smack that
about
one.
it. Now he's trying to grapple your shovel. Okay, you beat that one. as it grapples the end of your shovel.
Yeah.
It's the same roll.
So you whack it. Roll some damage for that.
What does a shovel do with damage?
Do
That would be a
D4.
D6. Oh, okay,
Do
a D4.
Yeah, do D4 plus your strength. Because you are smacking it against stone
Boy,
This
that's
is getting
not
out of
a lot.
hand. Now there are 2 of them.
It's still clinging to that shovel. It is now spread itself thin enough that it is encompassing the entirety of the shovel.
Lana, help me! Help
How
me!
do I
Shovel in the
help?
phone.
I don't know!
Drop the shovel!
I dropped the shovel.
Which I will keep having that be on fire.
Okay. So as you guys watch, the first half, the gray half, just sort of curls up on itself, and not moving too fast. It's not looking too good, and it eventually just stops moving of its own accord. The one that has engulfed the shovel continues to do so, spreading itself thinner and thinner as it attempts to actually wrap itself fully around the entire length of the shovel. But since the heat metal is still going, you can also see the smoke beginning to rise from the parts of it that have clung to the shovel head, and the faint smell of like calamari begin to fill the room as the part it's almost see-through now. It stretches itself so thin that begins to cook against the heated metal, and it gives out a little shriek towards the end of it, begins to retreat slowly back to the part that's eating the handle. And over the course of several minutes, as this thing slowly tries to wrap itself back up into a ball, it's become far too damaged from both the shock against the floor and the cooking of the of the shovel head, and it also curls up on itself and actually lets go of the shovel and dies unceremoniously on the cold stone floor.
I would feel bad, but I don't.
What is that thing? Also, is the shovel still okay?
Shovel's fine. Shovel is fine. It's still heated.
Davin goes to pick up his shovel, burns himself.
Delicately poke the shovel handle to make sure that there's not any residual slime, and then grab it. Ow. Nope, not the metal part.
No, there's no slime.
Okay, cool. Fun diversion. Back to digging.
Hildreth, that's basically the scene you walk into is panting Kern freaking out, balls of sludge being kicked into the font by Xylund, and Davynn, nudging a toe against the shovel before reclaiming.
That's absolutely brilliant.
So after, assuming you don't want to investigate anymore, Kern, or anyone else.
No.
Okay.
This room had the bird hanging from the ceiling, didn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I'll grab my my ladder while everyone's doing their thing and try to cut it down.
Okay. Hoisting yourself up there to where you can see a little better. There is a small hole that escapes upward. You can actually see sunlight from it, but it's blocked by the body of the bird from the underside. So you're not able to see it until you actually get to the top of your ladder. The bird is held in place by wire and clamps that have been driven into the stone itself. They're not native to the building. If you can snip the wire, you can bring the bird down.
Let's see. I've got Tinker's tools. Those probably have some kind of wire snips, eh?
Oh yeah, I would think so. And you have a jeweler's kit too, if I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would definitely have
Okay,
wires.
I'll use jeweler's tools.
Okay.
Would that be dexterity then?
It's not even going to require a roll. It's a very simple, like you're just
okay,
going to cut
cool.
the wire. Yeah,
Alright.
The wire's not exceptionally strong. It's not enchanted. It's just wire. Just jewelry.
Okay, snip.
Just wire. snip and you bring down this massive bird.
Yep.
All right. Massive bird falls. And now everyone can see the daylight streaming into the font. So the water catches the light in the places that it hasn't been befouled by various bodily fluids and bits, lightening the room up significantly as your bird just sort of collapses to the stone ground in a heap of bones and leather and wire and feathers.
I'll rummage around inside the bird to see if there's anything interesting, and if there's not, I'll shove it all into the pool.
No, there's nothing really interesting. It's like I said, it's kind of like the things outside, the museum type artifacts. It's just a massive skeletal bird with elaborations. Bones that are not native to it have been added to make it seem larger and more kind of pterodactyl-esque. The headdress that it wears, the feathery headdress that it wears, is also not native. It sits on the skull, held in place by a very sticky substance that's also green and might be derived from the snail leavings you encountered before. But yeah, it's not stuffed with anything. It's fully skeletal, covered in leather, about 80% of it, held in place with wire.
Xylund,
Yes.
I'll give you a gold piece to put on that ceremonial headdress.
I will take that gold piece, and I will do so. I'll take off my helmet, put on the ceremonial headdress.
Damn it! With the Pentagon things that we just randomly find, didn't we learn our lesson?
And you never get to give me shit about the crown again.
It was on a dead bird. It's not gonna do anything.
The crown was on a
The
dead
crown
person.
was on a dead human.
Yeah, but it was way out in the open. I had to work to get this down. If they wanted someone to put it on, they wouldn't have stuck it way up there on top of a dead bird.
And Xylund was never seen again.
He's got a really
He
good
spread
argument.
wings with
That all
it.
makes sense.
Anyway,
So
I
you
will
put
pose
on
with the
the
headress.
feather crown?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, it's stuck to your
It's a
head.
little
You have to give your
sticky.
awesome helm to somebody else now. Oh no.
It is a little sticky, and the slime has definitely gotten into your hair.
Oh, god
Um,
damn it.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
luckily there's a
kinda
pool that you can
gross.
wash it out in.
Yeah,
Totally.
looks over at the pool and realizes the folly of his past deeds.
Yes, it is lovely. It's clearly handmade. It's like somebody put a lot of time and energy into this. The band has been woven out of some fairly decent threads. It's not damaged significantly by the cold. Yeah, someone with some skill made this. The stitching is really pretty. It's highly decorative. The feathers that are stuck into it, that run along the length of it, don't seem to be native, though. They're very brightly colored. There's a lot of reds and greens and things that you would associate with more tropical animals, more warm temperature animals. Definitely not the small blues, grays, and whites that you would see this far north. It's fairly extravagant and moderately heavy, given the amount of feathers and the length of it. It comes down to about your elbow by the time you put it on your head. But it's quite pretty. It's very striking.
Well, I think I'm keeping this. This is kind of cool, actually. I'll scrape the slime off after, but yeah. Actually, if I have time, I'm going to cast Detect Magic as well, while these guys are digging and see if this thing is magic.
Yeah, you have plenty of time. Let us know to clear.
Boy,
Yeah, it's not
I
magical
sure do
in any
wish
way.
that nobody would help us.
We're investigating.
On my own.
Yeah, Davynn is equally one shoveling. But you have a heated shovel, which helps. This isn't magical. It's not magical in any way.
Do you want a Hildreth? I'll take that as a no.
Stupid microphone being off. No.
Davynn, can I stick this in the bag of holding for now?
Lana has it.
Lana,
I'm-
can I
a bit busy right now, shoveling all this snow.
Yeah, you're doing a
with
good job.
Single shovel. Thanks. Would go a lot faster if I had another person helping out, or
Yeah, I guess,
something
but
like
we-
that.
Do you have
Nothing can be
another
done
shovel?
about that,
I
though.
don't have a shovel.
I have a pot.
Yeah, but that's a door propping pot. Don't insult it by making it shovel.
Cool. Well, I guess I'll just be the only one shoveling then. Nobody else wants to take a turn.
All right,
You're too kind, Davynn.
Give me the shovel, Davynn.
No. No, I'm way better at this than you are.
You're not wrong, but
So
I appreciate your
after-
assistance via heating the shovel.
The heating does actually help quite a bit. And it does take some serious time to get through this. The snow is very densely packed, and it goes on for, probably 50, 60 feet by the time you finally break through to the other side. And it is wall to wall. It is absolutely packed into that hallway. There's no gaps anywhere.
About how long does it take?
But it probably takes a good steady half hour of you just heating, your shovel being continually heated, and you just pounding away, trying to get enough space that you can get through. You're not able to clear out the entire hallway, but you can get enough room that you guys can pass through single file.
Job, Davynn.
Okay. I made us a little crawl space.
It's a little cramped. Could you make it a little bigger?
Ah! Davynn shuffles it a bit bigger.
It's fine. It's fine.
So, who wants to go first?
I'll do it.
I'll go
Okay.
second.
Guess we'll take up the back then.
Yeah.
Okay. So you walk into a very small, again, similar room. This is a very small section of the temple that is an actual room. It has been kind of sequestered from the rest of the building, but it's made of the same stone with the same stonework floors and the same sort of motif. Definitely part of the original building. It too has a quote-unquote skylight. This was probably part of a taller tower at one point, but the upper portions have either rotted away or been removed by the elements over the years. So all that's left is a wooden floor with a hole above you, leading directly to the outside. You can feel the wind, and you've got snow coming in. There's nothing protecting this particular exit. Inside the room, which has iron sconces on the walls and candles within, this room is a proper craftsman's lab. The tables are set up in a fairly organized fashion. The tools in here are clean and new and well cared for. There is a method to the madness in here. There's no bed, there's no food, there's no indication that the owner of this place eats or sleeps in here. This is clearly a place of industry. There are stacks of materials, leather definitely, feathers, ears. There are a few works in progress that have been stationed around the floor. Hybrids of pigs and birds and bunnies, small dolls, very small dolls, but made in a very lifelike way, rather than the poppet style that you usually see with children's toys, and that you've seen sort of repeated throughout the rest of the temple, like the gladiator room with its audience of poppets. These dolls are very finely crafted and very humanoid in their proportions, that seem to have realistic hair that has been added to them painstakingly, punch by punch. There are a small collection of carved figurines off to one side, pewter statues and things that are about action figure size, or just little guys or miniatures, arranged in various scenes of mock battles. There's one table that's completely devoted to books. A line of books goes along the back of it against the wall, as well as a broken hand mirror, which still has a few shards of glass clinging to it, and other bits and bobs. A few open books here and there, ink and quill. Just, it's a fairly orderly.
Didn't you find broken glass out on the workstation out there, Kern?
Yes. I don't know if it
So-
was mirror glass though.
Well, like my first thought is that someone is trying to make themselves a new body and was disgusted by how they appeared and smashed the mirror.
I mean, probably. Especially seeing what the hag was made out of out there.
Yeah.
So, what do we want to do in here? Poke around?
How long does detect magic last? Oh, he still had some shuffling left to do.
It hasn't worked in this entire place anyway.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess poke around. That's
Yeah,
all
just
we've
poke
been
around.
doing. That and, shoveling snow and stuff. Or wait, no, that was just one of us.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I haven't done any snow
Do-do-do.
shoveling.
I look around.
Xylund. All right, investigation checks all around.
I don't go near any yellowish grayish stuff.
Okay, nothing here is yellowish or grayish.
Oh, look at that.
Well,
Um,
liquid, yellowish and grayish.
Boy, we better hope it's not yellowish or grayish.
All right, so you guys are poking around. Most of the books that you find are not in languages you understand, and a lot of them have been defaced or commented on heavily by someone else. Portions have been scratched through and notes added to the margins, sometimes with hilarious men's room wall style drawings. Whoever read these had an opinion, but neither the written language nor the language of the ones that you are familiar with. Hildreth, you find a couple of books that actually are interesting, and you are able to read. Yeah. One book is a small, like, pocket diary size, and inside of it it's lined up like a ledger, like you would expect a banker or a bookie to keep, depending on where you are in the world. And instead of having monetary transactions, it's small notes and shorthand notation. It's not amount so much as it seems to be items. It's a little cryptic, again, because it is shorthand. It's clearly somebody making notes to themselves. But you understand enough that you get the gist. This is a list of trades. So that is the first interesting book. The second interesting book in the pile, one that you can also read parts of anyway, is a remarkable in a few different ways. First, the cover is burned, like it's been through a fire. The edges are curled up and black, and there is the very distinctive mark of a handprint that's been burned into the front cover. You can see the outline of the fingers in black, and the whole thing's got a charcoaled appearance. And there are very definite silver stains that have splashed the pages along the bottom and the upper side. And that is a book of folk tales, specifically.
Well, as everyone else is digging through, I'll leave the fairy tales for later and go digging through the ledger first. See if there's anything involving, like, animal purchases or trades, or see if there's anything that jumps out at me.
Yeah. There is a lot of discussion about livestock. You learn the symbol for pigs very quickly. It appears very frequently. And those seem to be fairly normal. It seems to be just sort of a take in and outgo pupper. Take in and outgo of livestock. Not a whole lot there that's terribly interesting, other than the pigs that come. Whoever keeps this ledger likes to keep track of each and every bit of that pig. So when a pig is removed from their ledger, it really what all its different bits were for. How its tongue was used, how its eyes was used, how its skin was used, how its ear was used. And they all seem to be referring to some weird sort of alphanumeric system of where those parts went to. That's a little tricksy to figure out. But it is definitely a meticulous listing. So yeah, there's most of it is that, especially recently. Most of it is that, but there are other small trades here and there as well. There is a name that you recognize, the Yuadne name, which is the location where the druids are. It's not the name of their circle, but it's their location. Mm-hmm. That does describe a bell being traded.
For what?
It seems to be traded, at least as far as the shorthand seems to go. It was actually traded for the mirror.
What was the thing that we destroyed in the fucking virtual reality?
Cup. It was a cup. It was associated with the bell, though, in some way.
Yes. And that mirror that was traded for could be the mirror that's broken here.
Yeah, so it must have been some kind of magic mirror.
How about we ask Badger about this, since he seems to know.
Yeah, actually, I was wondering, did we bring him with us, or?
Yes.
Okay,
yes, we're bringing him.
He should be.
He said he. Yeah, you lent him his mace, but he has not fought with you this entire time.
Where is he?
So where he went between entering the temple and where you guys are now, don't really know.
Absconded with my mace. I go stomping out, searching for Badger.
Okay, Xylund's gonna go hunt out Badger. So yeah, Dreamscribe Bell is a fairly recent trade. Flipping back, you see a lot of more mundane sorts of things. Feathers being traded, ribbons being traded, to various names that don't mean anything to you. There is one trade flipping through about a year back, according to this ledger. It's almost to the end of this particular ledger. So one of the last pages. And that described the trade of a figurine for a book.
Figurine for book.
That was traded by Yanan.
God fucking damn it, Yanan. You just keep popping up everywhere.
See, I told you we
made me
weren't
give
too
her all
harsh
her
on her.
shit back. I had too much. I had all of her stuff.
So what could this figurine be?
I mean,
Well, there are
pointed around to, all the...
several in the room.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kern.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There are a small collection of them on the table.
So she gave them a figurine in exchange for a book. Is how the trade went. Okay.
Yes.
And she's the worshiper of it, one of the evil death gods or whatever. One of the.
She had the symbol of Larinel on her person.
Larinel, that's yes.
Yeah, we should go track her down. She might know something about this crown too.
Wait. Does it say that the figurine was traded by Yanan, or the book was traded?
Yanan offered the figurine and received a book.
But there's a bunch of figurines here. Don't they make them? Or
Maybe it was a different figurine.
That's weird.
We can ask Yunan when we
If we find her.
tie her up in Zone of Truth.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like there's a better way to go about that.
Probably. But
Mhm.
there's always that. as well.
Yes, and we already did that. Went down that route.
I don't think I was here for that though.
You were. in
No, that was a
spirit.
session you had to miss. Yeah, you were whomming in the back.
So you kind of burned that bridge as far as diplomatic.
What?
We did your explicit orders for that session
Uh-huh.
were interrogate her under Zone of Truth or else.
Oh yes, that's right.
That's all you. And you weren't even there.
To be fair, Lana and Davynn.
Those were.
they're
Oh no,
doing
Lana
their
and
best.
Davynn played good cop, bad cop, and
Yeah,
then
they-
bad cop, bad cop.
Bad cop, bad.
But
And then Kern came in like
Yeah,
20 minutes
like-
later. Was like, "I'm so sorry.
I will be the good cop now.
I will be best cop."
there was a lot of ma'ams going on there, which was my favorite part of the entire exchange. Ma'am, I'm gonna search your books, ma'am. That was, ma'am, are you aware?
Are you aware
That
that
was, it was,
did you have property of
Ma'am.
Leonel on you?
Ma'am,
ma'am.
do you know how fast you were going in that wagon?
That was hilarious. That was my favorite part. Was the ma'ams.
I'll have to listen
Yeah,
to
that interrogation was pretty funny overall. And yes, that was your only instruction for that session that you missed was zone of
Yes,
truth
I
the hell out
remember.
of
Yeah.
her. Okay. So yeah, you have talked to Yunan, but that's what's in the ledger from approximately a year ago. She did do business with a hag, presumably, and brought a figurine in exchange for a book.
All right. I feel like we should keep this book.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
But if there's nothing else in here that's useful,
There's the mirror. There's the
Yeah, we'll take the mirror.
book of folklore,
yes.
and everything else is basically crafting tools.
Well, can I take a quick look at the figurines to see if any of them stick out as to what might have been traded in exchange for the book?
Sure. Yeah, you can take a look at him. She's got about a dozen stashed here in various little poses. They all appear to be hand carved. Some of them more skillfully than others, but definitely not by the same person. There's a variety of sort of artistic styles here, although the majority of them might have come from one person. But there are other styles mixed in, and they're just in various little poses, like somebody playing with army men, basically.
I'm gonna
There's
take 'em
nothing that
because
seems to be remarkable. Okay.
maybe these have something like they're the symbol of some kind of pact. So Yanan might actually be glad to have hers back, and it might smooth things over from when you guys Zone of Truth her.
Yes,
cast
we
that
were the
card?
ones
Yes.
who cast it.
Who
Yes,
cast
all of us. All of us have access to Zone of Truth.
I'll scoop up the figurines and
I
Um,
say we
Okay.
burn the
Are we
figurine.
going back to town at this point? Because I don't think we can go any further into this lair.
we seem to have exhausted the lair and we killed the owner.
Allegedly.
Well,
Who knows
as far as
about
we
that
know,
part?
we got Badger. I mean, our mission statement. Actually, I'm not even in this room. I'm out fucking looking for Badger. Never mind.
Yeah.
I thought maybe you would come back when they started reading the ledger out loud. So
Okay, well, let's say that.
okay.
And then
And then
looking
you
for
can-
Badger.
Now, after
Now-
having mentioned Badger, though, I will now stomp out.
I still feel like we should. Are these like life-size figurines as well?
No. They're sitting on her desk. Like I said, they're maybe 5 inches tall tops. Like they're toy size. They're just carved sort of army men, little battle men, action figure style kind of thing, standing on platforms.
We should at least show them to Yanan, see if one of them's hers, and then if it's not, then we can burn them.
Yeah.
Or we can give her hers back and then burn the rest or something like that.
Yeah. I say we should just burn this entire place down.
I'm in favor of burning the place down.
Yeah, once
Sure.
once we're done, sure.
I mean, it seems like it would be difficult. It's cold and snowy.
I mean, if it has
It's not
wood,
snowing here.
And stone.
yeah, and it's made out of stone. Curious.
That does make it harder.
Well, let's cause an avalanche to seal it in here then.
I don't.
I don't even know if that would work, honestly.
But I'm not here. I'm off looking for Badger.
Okay. I don't even know if causing an
That is-
avalanche would work theoretically, because if the hag, had this snow wall that was so, arduously shuffled by us as a doorway, then I imagine she could get through it.
I can seal off the entrance.
How?
In my day of wasted spells, one of my spells that's always prepped is Stone Shape.
Oh. I mean, I guess that would work.
Yeah, you don't need those 4th or 5th levels.
Yeah. Well, we can figure that out. Yeah.
Okay. So then you find Badger poking around in the first hall of the temple. He seems to be investigating the dead/undead beholder.
Yeah, we killed that.
I see.
So what have you been up to? You shouldn't really be wandering around alone, you know.
Oh,
Well, I mean, there's undead beholders, just as an example.
not anymore though, right? And he kind of ribs you a little bit. He doesn't actually make contact with you, but he extends his elbow.
That's suspicious. I poke his shoulder to make sure he's real.
He feels real. Gives you a kind of a strange look.
Okay, just making sure. We've seen a lot of weird stuff in here.
They said it's a hag lair, right? Shouldn't trust anything in here.
hmm I came to get you for a reason, but I can't remember what the reason was, aside from getting my mace back. I extend my hand for that.
There was a trading of a bell and
Right, I'm going to bring him back to you guys, and you can explain why I went looking for
Okay.
him.
He hands over your mace and comes back to the room. Oh yeah, looks down at the pond.
I had
Corpse in
came
the
out of there.
hall. Oh,
Could have used
and
an
the
extra
corpse is in the
mace.
hall.
Oh, those
Could
guys,
you?
they were hags as well.
You brought me to show me your handiwork.
No,
No. We have a journal here. You said you were looking for a bell with the druids.
Yeah. Powerful thing. Glamour magic. Shouldn't be messed with.
Yeah. So, and we pull out the book and show them like the trading thing in there. It's like, apparently, it was traded away or to the druids from the hags, or to the hags.
It seems like this is the hag's doing. Which wouldn't surprise me. That thing will sow discord wherever it goes. Nasty bit of thing.
Yeah.
I wonder what the druids gave in return.
Doesn't it say? Oh, it's the mirror, right?
Mm-hmm.
Taking the mirror?
You guys
Maybe
did
this.
take the mirror, yes. Yeah, it was traded for the mirror, and you guys picked up the mirror.
Yeah. And we show it to Badger.
Badger takes it and looks holds it up. It's like a hand mirror kind of thing, silver
Yeah.
hand mirror. He picks it up and holds it in front of his face, and then kind of does a double take over his shoulder, and hands it back to you slowly.
I
You can have
look
that
into
back now.
I look into the mirror.
You
Crowds
want
around
to
me.
look into the mirror?
Everyone's
Yes.
crowding around the mirror.
Is everyone looking at the mirror now?
I also crowd around to look in the mirror.
I'm not looking in the mirror.
Okay.
I'm not playing with
All
that.
right.
It seems like the mirror is crowded right now. Maybe I'll look later.
Okay. Well, the center of the mirror is gone. Again, the glass is gone. So the only glass that exists with this mirror is around the edges of the oval of the hand mirror. And it at first, all you see is like the top of your guys' hairlines and kind of the stone in between the gaps from where you were all crowded in looking at this mirror. But after a few seconds of staring into it, there's a flicker of movement in that background area, and it seems almost like the camera is pulling back, so that instead of the stone behind you peeking out between hairlines, you see more and more of a background shot, and your part in the mirror gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it's just barely reflected in the bits towards the center. And you can just see your hair, but in the spaces now, the reflection now predominates. There's predominantly a green background, like a field type background. And you can almost hear the sound of birds. And of course, no birds here. And
Hey.
you see towards the bottom by your hand a flicker of movement. What's that?
Continue, finish your description, and then I got something.
Okay. Okay. There's a flicker of movement down by your hand, like a swish of cloth, similar to what you saw in the Great Hall when you were trying to catch that cape. It's just a very brief flicker. And as you're still holding it, the mirror shows a completely different face now. The edges around are no longer your combined hairlines, sort of overlapping one another as you crowd next to it, but instead becomes a single person, a single set of hair. And then it pulls back until all you see is the refracted, repeated image of a girl, mid-teens, maybe 16, 17 years old, with her hands to her throat screaming. And then it pulls back to where it looks like that face is directly behind y'all. And then the vision ends.
I mean, I have mending. It doesn't work on magical items, but this didn't ping as magical, so maybe the rules don't apply in here. If we can gather all the pieces of glass together.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's put the mirror back together if we can.
Sure. Yes. Yeah. Just to check.
Just to check. Yeah, it doesn't behind you currently. The mending spell will allow the glass to be replaced inside the mirror frame.
Okay.
It will all seal. It's still cracked. It's not completely mended, but the glass will all adhere back with minimal breaks. It's just now it's got the shatter pattern on the top of it, but most of the pieces will fit back in. So it will reflect your full faces now as you look into it, just with obviously the shatter pattern over top of it.
So does it show the same thing with the girl and everything? No difference?
Who's looking into it?
I'll look
I'll
into
do
it.
it.
Me
Again?
too.
Okay. Everyone's crowded around again.
Hildreth had a bad time
Um,
last time he got around a magic thing, so he's staying out of this one.
All right. Yeah, this time there is no change. You guys can see yourselves, although slightly refracted, in the mirror, and there's no scene that plays out. It's just you guys, and the reflection is true to what's there. It doesn't change. It doesn't shift. There's no girl. There's no grass. There's no birds.
Okay, you guys get out of it and let me look by myself. Maybe it only works once for each person.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
go for it.
So I'll look in the mirror. Anything?
So Xylund looks at him. Xylund, can you roll a wisdom save, please?
Why do I have to roll a wisdom save when no one else did?
Because we looked with friends.
Look at that.
Okay.
Wise is a
All right.
fucking wise thing. Owl.
What the
That and mind like a steel thing are my favorite Xylund sayings. I got a mind like a steel thing. So looking into the mirror, first it's just your reflection in the stone, and then it does start to shift. You get the same kind of grass and bird effect. The reflection behind you seems to shift to more pastoral background. And then you see two long, kind of pale fingers slide over your shoulder from behind, and a young woman's face appears from off frame to where she's effectively whispering in your ear. Again, younger, teenage, maybe 17 tops, with really dark hair, really, really dark black hair. And it's held in some sort of, held by some sort of barrette off to one side, so you can very clearly see this girl's profile, and she looks effectively normal. She looks like a older teenage girl. There's in your ear how happy she is to see you as the fingers slide from your shoulder to your throat, and you can begin to feel the pressure of someone grasping you by the throat as the figure in the mirror turns eyes forward and looks directly in.
I'll ask her who she is.
As you're being
And all
choked?
you
That's
get-
As I'm being choked.
I was
yeah.
gonna say, as her grip tightens, the eyes completely staring into yours, as she only smiles and she doesn't dare.
I don't know. I'm gonna keep looking. I'm just gonna stare her down.
Just gonna stare her down.
Yeah.
All right. The pressure does increase, but not to the point where you actually begin to lose breath. She never really unlocks her gaze from yours, but she is clearly frustrated. And after a few minutes of this staring contest with her desperately trying to harm you, she simply lets go, snickers at you in the mirror, and the last thing you get before the mirror goes black, and I don't mean just your reflection, I mean completely black, is a blast of cold air that actually physically moves your hair to the point where everyone else in the room can see it move.
I think I might have broke it. You try, Hildreth.
happened?
Oh, some mirror chick tried to choke me.
And you didn't tell us that was happening?
Well, I'm fine. Didn't work.
It feels like you should have at least reacted to that.
I'll peer inside for our gold piece.
Oh, all right.
All right.
All
If
right.
no one's got anything to say about it, Hildreth will take his gold piece and he'll check it out next.
Okay. Roll your wisdom save, Hildreth.
Oh,
That's not good.
Wow. Okay.
I've got a +6 and I rolled a friggin' 9.
I know.
I'm
I know.
upset by this.
Yeah, you should be. You should be.
although you're
So,
within 10
Hildreth, as
feet of
you
me,
stare-
so that's +2. 11.
Okay, an 11. The mirror has returned to its normal reflective qualities by the time you receive it, Hildreth. It's no longer black. And again, you see your own face. You can also see that you can the basic stones behind you. For you, the change is almost instantaneous. The stones behind you don't change. Your background doesn't change. The temperature drops immediately, easily 10-15 degrees, to where not only can you see your breath reflected in the mirror, but everyone else in the room can see that Hildreth's breath has become visible, dramatically so. There's a chill that is just pervading throughout you, especially your hands, and it's that white, hot iron feel when your hands grip something cold, and that is obviously radiating from the mirror into your fingertips at the moment. And what you hear more so than see is the sound of whispers, constant and layered, of multiple voices, female voices, all on the younger side, but layered on top of one another again and again and again. And some of them are speaking very softly and very sweetly and chattering about normal everyday stuff. They're distinct enough that you can understand them, but it is a bit of a jumble. And they're having idle, casual conversation with someone. And they don't seem to be speaking directly to one another. It's very much a one-sided sort of descriptive thing. Counterpoint to that are other voices in the same pitch and in the same sort of lilted frivolity, discussing slitting the throat of their parents in the night and how they plan to run away, and that girl next door that slided at them yesterday won't know what hit her. And it's all very much in the same pleasant sing-song sort of cadence as they all talk upon each other over and over and over and over again. And as you hold on to the mirror, not only does the cold begin to intensify in your hands and in your bones, but the voices get louder and louder, and to the point where you swear the mirror shatters in your hand. And I need you to take 4 points of psychic damage.
No.
Go ahead, Kern.
I was just saying, isn't that just slightly worse than Hildreth's normal stuff? I mean, like, he's used to the cold.
This is,
and he has a bunch of voices.
This is a little more painful. A little more painful.
Thank you for standing by
than
me,
normal. A little more painful than normal. So yeah, the it actually feels like it shatters. Like you can actually see the glass leave the mirror and come straight for your eyes. But when you look again, the mirror is in fact whole, and your reflection is relatively normal.
So we saw his breath change to steam, but other than that, we didn't see
Yeah.
any of this?
Other than that, you wouldn't have seen any of it.
Okay.
I see or hear.
Hildreth will hand the mirror back to Xylund. Nope. No more magic mirrors. No more magic paintings.
What's wrong? Did you try to get somebody to choke you?
Nope. Just voices.
So, Badger, do you know what that is?
I do not. That's not my area. Sia is the one who figures out the highs and the wows. I just go and get it and protect things.
That sounds
Oh.
fair.
We gotta head back to Sia anyway, so.
Yeah.
Is there any ornamentation or anything on this mirror to identify it or indicate some kind of origin?
Not really. There's no real script or anything on it. It's pretty. It's it's clearly well made. It's got a silver back to it, and it's got some embellishments to it. But I mean, you would find very similar mirrors on sale in finer shops in Greylock and Loreholt. It's nothing special, but it is decent quality.
Into the bag.
I just had an idea. There is a fellow up a little farther north here who has a mansion who's apparently like a really good researcher. Actually, he's the one who has Lily somewhere. Maybe we can knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. Ask him what this is and explain to him that he has our cat friend.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, okay.
I'm down for that.
Sounds
Yeah.
like a plan. And we can seal this place on the way out.
Yeah. And
Okay.
I could try to get in contact with him if the butler knows a way to do that. I mean, we just showed up, but now we have something to sweeten the pot with. So, that sounds good to y'all. I think that would be.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
Okay. Is there any action you'd like to do in your hag's lair, or do you just want to seal the doors and run away?
Well, before I seal the doors, there's something I have to do.
Is it take a shit on the steps?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not what I'm gonna do.
We'll just leave Kern to work his magic in secret.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, Kern is left behind to do his business figuratively and literally. We will, and then you're gonna stone shape the doors shut.
Yeah, I'm gonna
after you're
stone shape
finished
the
with
door
your
shut.
puzzle?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Kern gives his fondest farewells, as only he can, and stone shapes the door shut to the Temple of Haggitude. As we close out today's adventure, because we've gone over, I didn't realize it. So for the next session, you guys are going to head back to the mansion if you can't get a few things answered, maybe get a little more information.
Yeah.
Okay,
we get Lily.
sounds like a plan. And check up on Lily. Okay, then. So that's where we will pick up next session. If you guys can't make it, of course, let me know. And hopefully we'll be able to get next in. I can feel bad we didn't do it this time around, but do what we can.
I mean,
But I had a lot of fun, so
Yeah, it was a good game.
Yeah. Feel like
glad
we
you
didn't
guys
really
did a good job.
like the hag though. Feel like she's out
You-
there
well,
still somewhere.
she is. She totally is. Yeah, like clearly, clearly.
Still counts as a kill.
It's still a win. It's still a win because clearly this thing could act on its own.
Yeah.
So you guys, still a win, and you came out with more than you went in with. So that's good.
Yeah.
Some people did.
That's most people did. Everyone got cool stuff, and most of
I got
it
a
won't
headache.
kill you permanently. Most of it won't kill you permanently. Yeah, you did. But you gained a sphere of annihilation,
And a crown.
so that's awesome.
Yeah.
And a
That you're
crown.
using.
Hey, are you?
Why didn't we
already-
use the sphere of annihilation to make a hole in the wall?
Because
I
that's
don't
everybody
scary.
know.